Okay, live again. Quick recap and then started. So let's turn on Excel. So from a CSV file for Toronto 2010, it's the Toronto code. It's the weather station at the airport 2010. From this CSV file, we created an Excel. And the other night, I was working on how to manipulate that Excel file so we would end up in this shape. So this is the end result. So happy news. I figured to the garbage now. So we follow the previous stream, sort of where we left off. And I figured out how to do this string interpolation. Let me briefly talk about what it entails. So the whole macro is taking the basic data and step by step. We have a lot of columns here. This is actually the formatted version, that's why you don't see them. But kind of see it sort of in between phases, like you have A, C, D, E, F, G, I, and then two more columns at the end. They are selected. Hey Tevfik, hello to Antalya. Have a great weekend. So we do select those columns and we delete them. And we add one more worksheet to the left of the existing sheet. Call it without FM16 because this sheet still has the FM16 in the B column. So when we create a copy of it, we need to write this filter into one, which is filtering out all the FM16 cases. So the rest of this macro is taking care of that. So naturally, part of the calculation was about finding the possible number of columns. So in this case, it's 10,000, but in some CSV files or some Excel files, this number will be between 10 and 15,000. So there's a bit of a calculation there done for us by, so we find the total number of rows, total number of columns, and which is fed into that filter so that it knows the exact number of rows to filter, so it can actually do the. So once this is all done, I'm basically left with an important question, whether I continue data manipulation in Excel or I take this data out to a JSON file and I continue my data parsing and verifying area. I think the second option seems more likely because I'm already working on this, which is taking the raw values such as 220. I think this was the topic time in Wednesday or Thursday. Keeping track of this anymore, I suppose. Anyhow, so this 220 out of possible 360 values, this has to be mapped to a value that looks like, of course, I'm in the middle of it. Yeah, I'm in the middle of it. So there's something wrong here. So it's going to normalize it so that all the values you see will be between 0 and 1. So 50% will mean that for the rotation value of 0 to 360, you are at 180 degrees. Naturally, when the ranges are going into the 10,000s, 50% will mean in this context 8,000, half of this possible max value. So I'm already doing some kind of expansion, value expansion and correction. So maybe I will also bring in the rest of the data from, not going to do massaging here. And now, of course, how do we export this into JSON? Or export this to JSON? Disappointingly, Excel doesn't come with a JSON export function option. I downloaded an add-in as the also disappointing. I can try to look it up for a few more minutes, or I have a backup solution. Let's call it Excel to. Alternative scenario. I have a few alternative scenarios here. If possible, I would like to do this in, because you have things like this, right? Which is one of my alternatives, but I'm not even going to bother with the Excel to JSON. I think from this I will go back to CSV again, and I can easily find CSV to JSON. It's good work too. And then there are tools like this. Go to Toronto. This is the file. Load and process. Problem with this method is one tool I found was considering all the sheets. I would like to have only the first sheet to be processed. So what happened? So the website, instead of processing my file, output the application code that processes the file. This looks concerning. Well, this should be very concerning to them. Not a business secret. Could be. Yeah, max row. Yeah, sheet count. So as I was guessing, if they did the job, they would have done it for all. Yeah, I think the page kind of failed. And freaked out here. Yeah. Yeah. So we could also use Mr. Data Converter. With this many rows, it's working quite slow. And often I have to do this here. So this data is this data. This is an earlier export. This export is from Google Sheets using their one of the add-ons. Could also go that way too. Since I want to create a pipeline, right? The click of a few buttons, we should do it. I don't want to copy and paste things everywhere. So far the steps involve open Excel, import a CSV file, which will convert it to this Excel SM with the macro enabled. I run my macro, then comes to this format. So we are at this point. Where do we go from here to take this to JSON format? Link. Do I copy the whole data like this? Do I see? This is the problem because there is a format in the A1. If I delete sheet 1, this is also gone too. I have this question to the community. How do you make the value of these cells permanent so that when you delete the original content, they stay the same? If I delete sheet 1, it's going to say there's a reference error. There's something here that I'm missing. Make it permanent. Solidify data, something. Sounds something different. Sort stuff. We have a formula here. Automatic calculations turn. What is calculation? I guess when things sort of resolve automatically, normally we see that when we change it everywhere. Maybe you turn it off and manually calculate things later like this. Prevent unwanted changes from others by limiting their ability to. This doesn't seem like what I want. What if I did something like this, say, on top of the existing macro? What if I did something like, yes, you do create this. Yeah, do that. Record a new macro. Do it. You come here and I say, do this. Select. I do copy. Copy. Then you go and stop the recording. And we view the macro, which is here. So we go to range A1. We do selection. So this way I can take this to this screen, paste it. That's solution number 1. with semi-manual process. I was also looking at the code here, underlying. I think it's trying to calculate my. Are you trying to remember the old data? Okay, good. Let's in fact do a fresh run. You're here. Okay, I think in the source code here I found this is the one. So this matched JSON properties. There is column arrays, array of columns, which is there's row arrays, array of rows, which is, and then there's the dictionary option. And I was looking at the reference section here somewhere, which points out that this is section. So the whole thing is done here. Elegant code is always shorter. This might be it. So it does receive data grid, header names, header types. I'm choosing this, so this actually has to be coming in here. So here's one thing we can do. Put breakpoint here, choose tab. My good case, and first row is the header. So instead of doing the whole thing, I'm going to pretend that okay, this is enough data. When you do this, it will stop here. In fact, we are in the same, we are in the right method. So let's analyze. So data grid is, look at, it's an array of arrays, which is making sense to me because we have, besides the header, 3 rows. That's what I did. Let's count the number of headers. That is 26, 29 here, 32, 36, 39. When it says 38, talks about the index. So this checks out to in my mind. And header names, as you can see, it's date, report type. Those are also recognized. Somewhere here we should have indent as tab. Okay, so this actually takes indent. New line is going to be new. Coming in kind of default, right? Because yeah. Anyway, data grid is just the rows. Header names and header types are coming fine. Then this guy is going to do its job. So for number of rows, which is the data grid's length, number of columns is the header name's length. And you are just in the parsing business. So each item in the data grid is the row, and then you keep outputting the text. And at this point, for this row, you need to create a new for loop for the header type business. And whether the data for that row exists or you put null, that kind of thing. And this is it. So this is something I could utilize. There's a tiny potential, may not be an issue, but we have to be careful. This incoming data, is it coming from the clipboard? Is it coming from the text field? Well, naturally, it kind of makes sense. It's coming from the text field because we see it pasted here, right? It's in the text field. But what if it's just put here, but the values are fed into this function from the. Either way, the reason why I'm saying that is because if my macro is going to copy those cells into clipboard, which I did, and I came here and pasted. If I run a Node.js routine, some kind of clipboard CSV data to JSON converter, right? Because when I run it in Node, there is not going to be a text field. Is it going to understand everything just fine from the clipboard? In other words, here's a question. When we stopped here at line 130, what has happened till this point? So let's look at the stack. So this is internal jQuery things. There's a converter here. Line 12, something happened. I bet this is ID data input, this thing. So key up. There's a self-convert function. So let's first go back to. Okay, it was already here. So from here, we go to 163, which should be the. Inside this convert method at line 163, we are calling this output data type. This is resolving to JSON. This is a function reference, and into that reference we are pasting the data grid, which happens to be here. This is where we'll see if it's taking it from the clipboard or from the. The data grid is constructed as parse output data grid. This output is this input text. Yeah, input text area val. This actually looks like it's parsing from here. This makes me think this is like jQuery here, right? Taking the value of this text field. So it's not reading it from clipboard. But it does keep the tab order, sort of tab separated, right? Yeah. Because I want to minimize the chance of fuck-ups. I'm going to try to find a website with the most basic text area. I'm going to paste my CSV in the clipboard to see if I'm seeing some result like this with the proper tabs respected. I think these guys usually have some timey part. This looks like a text field. Fancy editors too. Seems like they are okay. This is not exactly a text area. This one is. Actually, let's just let it go. This thing. Going to look at this. Text area with data input ID. So, okay. Need to find. This is okay. They changed their so just type text area. See, rarely anywhere is default text area used. It's a code editor with the pre and whatever. It's custom formatting with the color. Oh, but this is outputting a text area here. The output. I think it is respected. Here's the difference. This is not one space, it's a tab, which Excel puts as in the copy. Okay, so we are good. So each column here is tab separated when it's copied to the clipboard. Seems like default rendering is also respecting that, which doesn't seem to make any zero there, but so one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to write a new new file. I'm going to call it whatever right now. No idea where it's going to go. This guy's business is to console log whatever you are seeing in the clipboard. This will be interesting enough anyway. So what's in the clipboard? Let's read about this. Right place, clipboard API. Most likely there's a read method. Read text. But I always use this in browser context, right? In Node, I'm not exactly in clipboard item. Need to be in Node.js documentation. Most likely we could find a VM. I don't want to do vanilla today. Because then we go into crazy territory. That's the documentation, sir. Can we search? I think I'm using 17, 14. Okay. Somewhere here we will have clipboard. There's search here. I think that might be under OS. Not. Globals. Filter functions. Utilities, clipboard. Anyone? File system. I doubt that. Events. This is what I don't understand, guys. Node.js guys, take note. You have Node.js. Not bitching anything about it except why is there no search? Like why? Offer? Like would it be too hard to add search? Seriously? Not even here at some level. So we have to literally Google no documentation. And then of course the result that we get, game libraries. Usually these things are handy methods to internal mechanisms. Let's look at the source code if it's going to lead me in a direction. Source code repo there. Actions default. Common. Just the command itself that is executed. Yeah, we don't want to look in the dist. Something is not making sense here. Maybe I'm in the wrong. Okay. Of course, my assumption is. Oh, this is still doing it in the browser context. Game library, but my bad. Still looking for the. Because the language is both JavaScript in Node and in browser, doesn't matter. But where it runs in context. What I mean by that is in the browser context, you have window object available. JavaScript code, let's say. There is no such thing as window. It's running in the server. There are no windows. Document is another example. There is no such thing as document body. Then we'll do search like this. If we can find this answer, then I'll actually read from clipboard Node.js. Copy to clipboard in Node.js. Let's try this. Check out clipboard. Require child process spawn pb. Child process spawn pb copy. So this kind of thing should exist. We go under process. There's a spawn. Wow. Required child process, I'm guessing, returns a process object which should have spawn. But there is also child processes. I see, that's a whole other. This has spawn. So then you do what? On PB copy. Proc. To the standard input you write. This is when you write to clipboard. Okay, I'll try to simulate this. I still have my data copied to clipboard. I'm going to do something like function db read. Okay, let's pretend it. There is no input because we want to read. This could very well be actually instance. We say. In fact, how about we do something like const child process, something like this. Wire. Say child process. CP spawn. Say PB. I'm guessing read. Copy. Is here. Proc standard read. I think I'm kind of reading from here though, except standard out. You end it. Doesn't end. So this is reading it, and if you read it, then what are you reading? So let's do a quick test here. Here's Notepad. Here's my data that I pasted into Mr. Data Converter. Here's my method. Call this method. Let's go into the right folder. We are going into resources, data, geography matters, climate data, run code, whatever. Okay. Spawn pb read is a problem. Let's try to do the opposite of this. Well, let's pretend that we want to write something, right? Write this. Okay, that's the data. Data will come here. In fact, we do have child process. CP here. So this should copy into the clipboard, write this. So I'll go and then sit here if I can. We run this. Yeah, clean up this mess. Spawn PB copy. There's something called PB copy at all. What am I missing here? Oh, by the way, I was actually suspecting this. I forgot to read this important part here. I was writing PB copy here. This seemed fishy to me, and now I understand why, because that's for the OS X. So, I need to figure out a process in Windows that actually is responsible for copy, which is clip. I see. So this pulls out the PB copy, PB paste, clip for Windows. So let's try that. This is the process, sub process, child process, one of those things. So it should write this. So it did something. So let's come here, delete everything, we paste it. So successfully we push something into the clipboard. Now I am guessing this will be responsible for reading, except so I'm going to go into Excel. Row selected, I copied it. I can actually paste it here, but I do not want that. What I do want is in here, leaves up to. I call this file that it's going to read my clipboard data, console log it. So do it this null. So now we have to figure out this process, start out, read, or something like that. Readable stream that represents the child processes. Here's my the standard input and standard output. When you copy data to clipboard, where does it live? Uncork. Flushes all data buffered since cork was. So this. It's corky. Writable, readable. There's more here. Copy hello. Synchronously adds hello to clipboard. I actually kind of case of this. Require util. on clip standard input. Util inspect content for. Is this util available to me or not? Yes. So then it is saying we'll have something like this. Util dot inspect content for the clipboard. So you pass this into. Let me look at this. Calling the writable and method signals that no more data will be written to the writable. Okay, good. Because I have some data in clipboard. I'm just saying, just take the end of what's in standard input. Really what it is. And callback. The callback is going to call this standing. Let's look here again. Yeah, so required child process, which I have as DP spawns a clip procedure, this proc, and that is called proc standard input and is calling this. So this is essentially returning something. This is the what. Now you console log what. So here, copy this. This is all ready as it can be. By the way, when I ran this, I did not close the input, right? So I need to kill the process. Most likely, but when I do end it, it might. Something happened for sure. This happened. So somewhere here, do I have my date? Inspect content for. Length is 27. Where is my data though? What's in my clipboard? Is 27? It is. So I'm supposed to see right line 27. So this is kind of good news. It recognized this in the clipboard, but where is the text of that here? Am I missing something here? Content for clipboard, or is it in a buffer? Writable state. Because this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to run this function again. I'm going to pay attention to write length after I do this. Okay. Run this. It says 27. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm going to copy another row. Guess my Control C wasn't working, maybe? Anyway, let's run this again. Right line is still 27. Oh! Inspect is... Okay, I'm kind of hard coding it here. I thought this was some kind of internal, like... So if I call this, it's going to say 3 here. Or right length, whatever it is, this is it. Yeah. So that's not smart. That's exactly what we are trying to inspect. Why are we hard coding it? I think this is okay because I'm kind of doing this the dumb way. This is to copy to clipboard. So of course this is what you copy to clipboard. Is a shortcut. And this is literally your text. Okay. I don't need to reverse this. So is there a... Let's reverse this. Read from clipboard. I don't think so. Exec A. Yep, too early. There are no JC equivalent for detecting clipboards. Without doing packages, how can we do this? Get clipboard. There is no built-in function. Looked clipboard. There is something like this. Board length. Okay, let's pretend this is working as a singleton. Okay. What do I know at this point? Let's comment you out. You spawn whatever you want. I don't care. Here's our for this thing. All view. Clipboard length. Of course, it's going to say clipboard is not defined. Of course, it's not defined. And this is where I get pissed off. So what is this then that keeps... Interface clipboard. Let's hide this. It extends event target. Type script. So it's... Node modules types. I don't think this actually exists in anywhere official. Something that exists in my VS Code. But it's working. Then fulfilled, it's coming with the wheel. But just feed that to console log, pipe it. What do I have here? Good. So if I run this, clipboard is not. Thank you very much. That's what I'm talking about. So go define it then. But where is it coming from? Like, that's the problem. It finds a reference. Board from clipboard. Say CC. Import CCA from clipboard. Not use import statement outside the module. Okay, be difficult. This cannot find module clipboard. No fucking kidding. This is one of the many reasons why I'm not really looking forward to going back to web development, because it's all over the place. And I understand the frustration of all the beginners, because I did this shit for close to 20 years. Finding relevant information is really. Yeah, I would do this in a browser like this. See, it's all over the place. Like, look, this guy is asking for Node.js, right? And there's this express handlebars stuff. So you may think that you are going to write perfectly or strictly Node.js code, and yet this accepted answer is actually mixing in HTML. So this is no longer Node.js. This is browser context. So then this question is the answer is no longer a Node.js answer, but in fact it is sort of a half-assed JavaScript answer. So then you kind of end up using npm packages, which means so to turn it into an app and whatever is like welcome to Node modules, and then before you know it, you have hundreds of folders and dependencies, update cycles, and whatever. And see the answers, the Google entries quickly halfway through, already turning into copy to clipboard, read from clipboard. There's no navigator in Node.js. Actually did not claim it for Node.js. That's actually fun. So what I'm going to seek here is something like similar to the way I do it in the browser. I'm going to force a command. It's exec command in browser. That I'm going to do something like I'll let the operating system figure out. So the command to run. So if this is an internal operating system command, child process exec sync and then I command. My only beef is what's the command's name? What's the command's name? This worked like a charm. Pip. Let me investigate this proc rendered out. Cannot be in own business because this won't have a listener. Kernel read. This actually is this might be it. What are size? Looks up. How much data to read? Read all of it. This is dumb. These two are dumb. Okay, let's copy the real data. It's copied. Let's run it again. This null. I think I've done this before and it's not really. Rendered out. Same idea. Can we find the length of readable length? This is part of process, I see. So now, yep, we keep coming back to stuff like okay. So even this is not standard process. Clipboard reads. There's only right here. How about we do this? Kind of finalize it, right? Does it make any difference? At least we do, yeah, we end it so that we don't have to press the Control C to terminate it. But here's a fundamental difference here. When I call this end on std in standard input, it's on proc, which is the clip spawned for child process. Now I do believe they actually all lead to the same process. All the processes in Windows. But this is different. This std out is part of this. So when I'm actually trying to read it, it'd be sort of in this department. Some inconsistency here with the way I'm calling this. Okay, this is fine. If no data available to read, null is returned. That's exactly what I'm getting. By default, data will return as a buffer. A very basic question. Node.js read clipboard. So there's not a single page here that how to do this the normal way. Child process execute. So that's kind of where I'm going. Yeah. This is macOS or Linux. OS X. What we saw, but this is writing into copy to clip. I see. He's calling a different process from. So I need to find the executable in Windows that reads the clipboard. Sounds like clip. Do we pass some kind of parameter to? Because that's usually kind of what happens when you do Control V, you paste, but internally there's mechanism that pulls the data from. How do you even look that up? Windows clipboard deck executable command clip good old Windows. You can use this command to copy data directly into any application that can receive text from the clip. You can also paste this text output into other programs. That's what we want. So the command is clip, and the syntax is it could be okay. Previous command you pipe it to clip, so the output of it goes into clip, or you say read this file's content and clip. Okay, understanding. I'm not too familiar with this syntax, but I think that's what was the piping. Specifies a command whose output you want to send to the. Okay, I made sense of that myself. File name specifies a file whose contents you want to send to the Windows clipboard. Okay. So to copy the current directory listing to the Windows clipboard, you do this. Okay, awesome. To copy the output of a program called generic awkwardness. Uh, so this does something, and then you push it to the clip. So how do we want to do this? kind of want to do the reverse of this, except I want to take the data. Um, I want to execute a command internally in Node.js. Flip. Does this return anything? Also into other programs. I'm actually interested in this. To copy the output of a program called this. Copy it. This is copied into. I feel like I'm kind of close. So I could easily access this. That's fine. Then I do exec clip. And then I do have this. So is this going to bring anything is the question. So let's go step by step. Okay. Here in pb read, child process exec, I'll actually type cut the crap and I'll say you're only interested through everything else. This clip is actually good. It's spawned. It's, you know what? There, but exec clip. Just clip me. Here's your standard bullshit. Let's go with the fat arrow. If error and standard error are there, return function. A little bit too heavy. Then output this, return this, other standard out. Log. Imagine I'm actually returning. Still have no idea what I'm doing. We could console log this here too, but I think this is actually going to out anyway. Let's do CLS. Let's come here and copy the data. We do read pb read. Okay, this. Something is happening. Not Control C. We were here. Who knows? Try again. Or not. We do have the data, right? Yes, we do. Is this even working? Are you working? Not doing anything. Why are you not doing anything? You call this. When we did this child process spawn, we did this, right? At that point, does clip become like a child process? Did you write another promise thing? So what is clip at this point? Interesting. Okay, let's cut the possibility of this out. Oh, it's also not finished. Still not finished. So clip is this. So there's something in here. By the way, because I copied and pasted some stuff. Okay, this is my clipboarding. Something. Let's also do this. This. It's not. I'm looking for anything that actually has length or something. F3. On arguments clip. So I need to be triggering something. Directs the command output from the command line. Copy data directly into any application. So this feeds into this. So by the same token, if this is accepting, you reverse it. How do you clip pipe? Where am I piping it to? Or JS itself? Has to be, how am I going to reference that? This process. Something like this plus something like self. But in terms of process. This is just a our case. Forward process proc process, Node.js process itself. So this just came out of nowhere without even this. So clip it to this process. Sounds bizarre anyway, but here to see, don't really have any room for this. The fact that this is here is also. This may crash beautifully. I have no. We still have this in the clipboard. It's just text. Interestingly enough, object is now recognized as an internal external command, but it tried to do it. Object processes this, so process this actually has to be process ID, just a number, I believe. Yeah. What if you just take the whole process as like proc? Still going to be the same thing. The process itself, executable itself, right? Okay, it was nothing. It actually finds it. But it gets stuck in this space here. This, I don't know what this is. Thinks of this as two separate things. Besides, this is just a generic executable. It's not this process itself. Kind of interested in process itself. The current one we are running. How do we do that? Use something as dumb as this. Will this even work? Work JSON? Or dumb text output like whatever is in my clipboard. This is the command. This would be enough for me. And actually, you know, I think I have already answered my question. This works. You know, this works. System cannot find the file specified, so be it. I'm okay with that because I can create the damn file. The other one gave an error, which is fine, but nothing out in that sense. Here. This actually file has just been created for us, so the first time. So let's see if this is going to work. System cannot find the file specified. Oh, I am actually writing it the wrong way. Or no, right way. Copy the content of a file readme into. Or I'm trying to do the other way around. Work JSON in where exactly? I mean, whatever. It kind of work. This file is going to be empty now. Okay, so what is your problem then? Another CLS. So we come all the way here, line 8, RU. Then we do have this problem here, the log error. System cannot find the file specified. Was actually smart enough to create the files. So in the first case, I guess it created. Which makes sense because while the file was here, if it was able to find it, it would have written in it. This might be because of this. In that case, create this file. Try to write into it. Perhaps this file is not quite writable yet. Do some monkey business here first. Thing like file system fsync. Where's my file system? Right, file sync. Work JSON. Data. Empty. Let's do it. Okay. And because I'm writing in sync mode, when this is finished, the next line will work. There. This is going to kind of make sure that things are working in order. File has been created. At least it's known to the code here. System cannot find the file specified. I will now report you, sir. Not that. Oh, but this example never mentions related. You copy the contents of a file called readme.txt. So how about we do this? Here's readme.txt. I'm here, create a new file, new item. Oh. Text, readme. Won't really read me. Okay, so we come here in, perhaps we do something like this here. Create the file anyway. Call this. Okay, are you? Something happened. We come here and the fact that I actually had that. Actually, no, this actually is working, I think. Here's the clipboard. If we run it again, So this does work. So now if we do this, copy, readme still is open. This is what I tried to do. Smartass. Just sort of hanging out there. I don't know, like I'm guessing it should actually be finished now. Here's my content. This is still 0 bytes. It actually opened the file, I think, and it even deleted the... Yeah, it's not writing into it. So cut it. When this didn't work, try to do something like this. The system cannot find the file specified, and yet you were able to. There's something like write, like just overwrite the file with the content, something that I pipe clip into that. And since we are in the command business, besides clip, is there something like copy? Just copied. Read. Paste. Right. I think cat was a command. Writer. X copy. Copies files and directories, including... Okay. Let me look at C array. Create. Add volume stuff. And allows programs to open data files. Not support anyway. For me. Man, this is so promising, and yet edit. That's which creates and changes ASCII text files. So optional parameters BHRS. Drive is optional. Path is optional. Could just be in the same directory. So file name. Then you could have many more file names. But this is opening the MS-DOS editor. It's not really putting text into it. It's not appending text. Am I missing something really, really trivial? You have clip. Would this work? I doubt it. It will open it. My clipboard is empty now. Wait a minute. Clipboard is empty. Close this. This also empties my clipboard too. Here's my clipboard. Okay. This actually emptied my clipboard. Try the other combination. My clipboard is solid. And is there something like create a file that would sort of, we looked into that, right? It's a partition and volume. It's not like maybe the mouse died. Two batteries. Soon. Batteries. So create is partitioning and such. Kind of in the file creation business. FC compares two files, file compare. This util. File allocation. File system utils. So, not exactly writing a file, right? Open files and pass disconnect. I don't think this is something I need to blanket statement like this. Sends a text file to a printer. Sure, not needed. Prompt. Yeah, this is when you're asking for push D, pop D. Okay. View process. Nope. So I feel like what I'm seeking is something trivial that I need to figure out how to pipe things into each other. That's down a bit. So maybe I should read about that here. Windows command. There's a section about how to pipe things into several. Command line syntax key. Separator for mutually exclusive items. Oh, sorry, this is the line. Okay, this is must choose one. This is the syntax. How to read the documentation. Optional items. These are mandatory items. Yeah. I need to read about Windows. Let's set a 10. It could stay 10. Write to a file command line that I take the content of the clipboard, redirect output from the Windows command line to a text file, something like this. That's what I try to do. Clip to this tells the console to output the standard output to the file with the name. Now, I'm actually going to do this step by step. So I'll do something like this. Into README, put some text like this. Cut this, whatever. And because I cut whatever, sorry, I cut clip. That's in my clipboard, but I'm forcing whatever into README text. You keep creating that work JSON. I'm okay with that. Checked out. Line 1, geography matters, climate data, whatever JS. Command failed. It failed. Okay, so this is not a valid option then. I'll actually go back to this clip. You copy the contents of a file called readme. So readme goes into clip. In this case, okay, see this is it. Readme text is gonna be rejected, whatever. The system cannot find the specified. See, that's also our problem to readme text. It exists. Let's pretend it's work.json. Okay. Get conditions. I mean, does this even work? Desperate to make something work. Something works. Here we are. It works. If the content of dir is going into the clip, there's something like this. Not recognized as. There's no such thing. Keep looking. That's not it. How to create a text file on the command prompt. The command line utility allows you to display messages in it. You can send something to the command console. This is a sample text file. That's it. That's the text. So you push that into sample text. 39 characters long. 5, 10, 12, 18, 19. 24. 8. What happened to 39? Am I miscounting? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 17, 21, 22. Okay. This is the command into readme text. Apparently it did. Yeah, I was right about my count. So the text file. So now, what if you did echo clip this? What happens? Where's my clip? For example, my clip is this. Here's proof. So this should be in the readme text file. And I guess it is. I see 7 bytes. That's bad news. Clip. Okay, because it actually puts this instead of the result of it. So I need to be able to read. Ah. Okay, let's look at the options here. If we are, how about clip echo? This might work. $13. Echo is on, but it doesn't know what to echo. I pipe this into echo, so just keep writing. Doesn't know when to stop. Because if the directory is going into clip, I try to make it like, I'll reverse it. Clip goes into echo. So this is gonna go as long as sees this. So this is where my clipboard data. You can always use the copy command using con argument. So copying files. The con argument tells the copy command to copy output to the con. The flashing cursor. And you type. So this is like prompt. Like, is this copy here too? Copy. Con is just this syntax looks different than this. Okay. Clip echo. Would this work? I have something in the clipboard, right? I'm also going to keep it simple to assume if this doesn't work. Run this. This doesn't work. Keep it simple. Simple. That doesn't work either. Because this works. So this works. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. So this much is established. So we'll do right clicking arrow into a text file. So it says, oh, this is actually what we also have a problem with too. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We still do have simple lighting in it. When we do one, kind of confused at this point, trying a lot of combinations. So what's in my clipboard? Still simple. I do clip, read me text. Did info type. Okay. Clip. What happens when I just type clip? Places a copy of the current directory list into Windows clip. Place a copy of the text from README. That's why I want to do README text in clip. Reserved for future use. So we then do the reverse case, which is this. Which kind of writes it, but then I have to pipe it. Doesn't work either. And it did. If clip's content is piped into echo, and what I see in echo is written into text, I should be able to read simple, and yet in fact, if I do something like this, probably going to don't think it has nothing. So we'll write with the single quotes. That is it also. Interesting. Maybe I'll write like this. Clipboard. You save clipboard to file. Save, not quite like that. Command line kind of thing. Maybe we'll do this Windows way first. I can copy a file to the clipboard. This is you accept to use PowerShell and not command, then you can use get clipboard exactly as you. Ooh. So here's, I'm waiting. I haven't actually triggered this. Here's my files, and we're going to do this readme. So that should work. In fact, I have shitload of data here. This is it. Can we actually trigger this? Get clipboard into work.json. Then we are on our way. Run this as node whatever. Get clipboard work.json is not recognizing internal or external commands, so I say now we are in that gray territory between Node and Windows PowerShell. Executable doesn't exactly have that. So this will work. Get clipboard. Readme txt, which is work.json, right? This will work in here. But the same command doesn't work here unless I made a typo. Get clipboard. Just copy it. In fact, it is that. The fact that this is here, this should be a smaller file if this works. Is not recognized as an internal or external command, operable or batch file. Why can't you run? Okay, maybe because you are still in the process business, child process business. Do you have your own executable? Good. Executable process. Exec. There's no such thing. Exec path. See, I think everything was under child processes execute. This process is node process. I remember. It says to be child process. Code CP. Get some help here. PP exec. Doesn't spawn a shell by default. Spawns a shell, then exec. When I spawned what clip? Let's see. So the get clipboard is not part of default shell that I'm using. So it like this. I don't know. Shell. Then you do ps exec. I'll figure it out soon. Some liquid refilling. Since we know this PowerShell command works like a charm, we gotta look into how to trigger PowerShell stuff from here. So we get to spawn. Okay, I think I'm understanding what this means. This could be constants. And then there's also child, which is basically was like this, which in this case becomes okay, which then comes here and something that I was trying to do. And this is my command. Could be passing more And this is kind of thrown away anyway, so I'll just, and spawn is spawn. So if you create a work.json file and then you dump the content of the clipboard into work.json. So save, copy this into work.json, and work.json is empty right now, and we are here, and it does the trick right there, happily filled with the content where we want. Awesome. So this took roughly 2 hours. That's because we are not exactly doing game development. We are doing good old web shit development. So that's why. Well, if you consider Node.js web development, it's not a fair judgment, but whatever. They are kind of originating from the same spawn of evil. Whatever. Enough ranting. I'm really tired of this shit. All in all, we want to get some data into the clipboard and dump it into a file, right? So this should be part of the bigger process. This was just a junk file that we wrote. Let's recap. Given a CSV file, we convert it to a macro-enabled Excel file. We run a macro, which prepares this file, and the goal will be to select all this. And the rest of the macro will also be responsible for copying this data into clipboard. And now we have just completed another link, another missing link in the chain, which is how do we run a Node.js process that dumps the content of the clipboard into file, which is going to look similar to this, but now we're automating that process. And after it finds this file or writes this file, we are going to work more on this file. It's like this. That is already happening in here to a certain extent. So just before this bit happens, or this part happens, we're going to do something like this. Stretch a bit and digest this victory. It was painful. But I'm also curious whether PowerShell is smart enough to do something like this. Smart JSON. And I think it is. Smart JSON. So that will save us from the trouble of file. And if we really want to abuse our luck, something like this. Can do something like dumb as this. Dumb JSON. Done. Okay. So then we have a one-liner, and this is going to be a variable name. We'll inject that. So this is getting somewhere. So from now on, I think I'm going to investigate PowerShell commands, because it might have more handy methods like this. In fact, this part that I was looking at in Windows, I bet you there's a separate section in the docs that serve to PowerShell commands. There you go. Done. Awesome. Get clipboard, set clipboard. Awesome. New item, new file, things like that. I don't know. Guessing. Creates a new item. Path. Read about it, create a file. Okay, awesome. We are able to do so many of these things in Node. There are some things in Node that are not available, such as clipboard, that kind of thing. Okay, good. This is a big discovery, so I'm going to all these tabs. Okay. Now we don't have to, but we still have to write some mechanism like this, but we are one step ahead. I think I'm going to take a proper break. 5-10 minutes, which means the stream will be on pause screen. So see you after that. So let's see how we can incorporate all these steps until we have JSON file. I think this is what I did, right? Copy. Okay, this is what I'm going to add on top of the other. Let me close this file, which will reset the macro. Go here, view macros. I'm going to delete this. Maybe I accidentally saved it. This should not be here. Let's delete it. This is what I don't get. Like, I did not hide any workbook, so why do you keep asking me that I should? So anyway, let's step into this, and this is where we'll do the real work. So in the active cell or active sheet, we select range A1. We select A1, and then we go all the way down, all the way to the right, and do a copy selection. Okay, this copies all this data into clipboard. So this is where we should be. Copy. Close this. Going to try to delete this one more time. I'm gonna look into this because this is good. So it says Excel unhide or whatever. Window group click unhide. View unhide. Personal. So okay. Delete. Okay. So yeah, this is gonna do its thing. So what we can do at this point is let's close this file, close this. Save. I'll tidy this up. In fact, I can actually do it here because I don't need. Let's go into Toronto. This file should. I'm kind of scared if I delete this file, is it going to delete my personal macros? I think there's one way to find out. Let's create a brand new Excel file, blank workbook. Will I have access to these macros? I should have, yeah. Why is this still here? And okay, so this okay is XLSB. I'm going to copy all this just in. Save this. Good. Close it. Saved. Location Excel start. I'm guessing this is somewhere in my hard drive that Excel is using to store my personal macros, and I ended up making this unhidden. Keeps it available. So when I go into book one, or maybe close this one too, this has been saved, right? So if I open this, question is it going to remember? See, why are you opening this? Just brand new, something new. Okay. Okay, brand new. Close this. See, it's all gone. All open workbooks. This workbook. Book 1. Luckily, I stored it. I mean, I can open the personal book too, but that's why I don't trust things. There's always some monkey business, right? Because this is what I'm trying to do. Imagine I deleted this file, okay? And I won't even have this file yet. I want to do this. Possible data loss. Some features might be lost if you save this workbook separate, comma delimited, separated format. One thing I'm actually curious, without turning this into a macro. Ah, look, who is back? So I don't need to convert this into fact here. That you can run my macro, which is going to do all this. Going to relabel this sheet 1, create kind of a copy with the filter.data, and it's going to select a good range. So just run it. And it did it. So now in my copy or clipboard, if I open a new notepad, I should the data. There it is. Now we pipe this into Node.js. So this is actually nice. As long as I have this macro available to me, I don't have to create Excel files. So next thing is done. Clear. So here's our raw data files. Our climate data Node.js things are going to live here. There's some process here too, but I'm okay with it. Now weather bits is kind of a utility function that is doing the normalization and data extraction. Expander is actually a test case where we are outputting the data test case. And whatever is our basically clipboard reading thing. Now, this is where the missing link is still. From this file name, imagine we are still doing things in Expander. This is the line of code that I'm going to use. With a bit of this is going to be the file name. Normally when I call Expander, I was calling it over the JSON file, which was just sitting here. Instead, I think I'm going to call it over CSV. Okay. So then this is going to be dollar. It should be string interpolation like this. Do var file name. Climate data is the JSON file, which is this. This is going to be a CSV file. Now that can't be anymore. argv2 is CSV file, the whole path here. This is actually a path, but it comes as the full string here. We could do something like, well, split this by, we know it's a CSV file, so I'll do it's an opinionated thing. Okay, so split by CSV, the first chunk is the file name itself, not without the extension. That is the JSON file we want to create. Now, exactly at this point, we want to read that JSON file. So this climate data is going to come here. But like this. Let's see if this is going to do the trick. Okay. And then this could actually work because this is already working on climate data. Yeah, all these lines now have to be done. Let me see, this is sort of getting out of hand. New spawn, these are not promise-based things. For example, fire this. Don't do this yet. Read the climate data, reply that new file you just created. Just console log that new climate data is length. Should give you how many it's an array of objects, how many objects you have. Okay, not used. Garbage data, whether bits could stay here. I'm hoping that it won't give an error here. The problem though, this is not correct here because the path is not correct. I'm running this in expander. Let's do the cleanup too. Copy this. This is whatever is gonna go very soon. We are running it in expander, but we have to go up into Noah, or before you do this, actually, let's do something like this. Here's the file name, right? The whole path is jacked up. It's coming all the way in here, and then getting screwed up because I cannot parse the path. It would be a bummer. So you are in expander business, except the path is going to be up, Noah, Toronto. It is going to be one of those 2010. I need to figure out the shortcut to select the file with a partial, because I'm now in the console. Command line writing business. Windows partial, Windows command CLI partial. Thing fuzzy. Fuzzy path. Tab. When you press tab, it completes it. Those terminal command line. I doubt it. Terminal. Sort of like path complete, right? Tab completion. Tab. Use commands tab to complete it. Go with the fuzzy search. Tab search. Oh. Oh, it's counting like this. Okay. Still okay enough. It says even don't do this. Just give me argv2. Are you stuck in weather bits part? Let's comment you out too. Oh boy. Oh, because I'm dumb. Should be not expander on this. Climate data is not defined. Of course, it's not defined. Climate data is going to be defined when I read the. Forget about that too. Forget about everything. Yes. Climate data, var data. Okay. Give up on everything. Give up on life. Give me this. Okay, it's this. So out of here, I am trying to find this part. As far as I know, this is all digits. I'm not mistaken. No update, no. Which one am I looking for? Access search. No go. for access business. Nope, that's actually new. Data global hourly data. This 2010. This is the one. Yep, there are no letters here. Oh boy. The only A is this. Oh no. Okay. Do we have station names that start with this? I don't think so. Honestly, this is just like an edge. Let's download this one. Could be. What's the station? Branham Municipal Airport. If it's ever the case, I'm going to an exception, but I think we can already account for this, right? In cities with over 1 million, with a nearby station in here, format this please. We are looking for these ones that start with some, or that actually have some letters in them, and I doubt that. Pretty much doubt that. We can actually do some regular expression and ease our minds. In the current version, this comes with a dash, but that's not important. Because so in other words, we are doing something like this. We are going to have some slash. Let's pretend we are always finding some digits. There's so many lines, it's yeah. Got this crap, just a list. Paste it. I'm only interested in this CSV. Okay, disappointing. Too many lines, too many. Let's try it here. Don't match anything. Actually, let's write this rule here, CSV, and I do digits, as many digits as possible coming right after this. Right? Right. Now paste the rule, paste the content. Do it. This is going to find everything here. I'll swap this with AZ to see if there are any matches. So of course everything is this. Now if you replace this with anything lowercase or uppercase, there's no result. This is good. So data is clean. This is the path we are reading. File has been saved to another CLS. Going to do some regular expression on this. Maybe do some kind of like match. It matches a string and returns an array containing the result of that search. The matcher is going to be This is where we write the expression. We do. We will have some digits. We will have digits followed by a dash. Many more digits followed by this and CSV. This is our rule. Okay. So just output this. Okay, this new line is coming in empty. Yeah, it's the, slash n. Maybe we'll make it empty because we don't need to format with the end of lines. That's fine. We're still a few steps away from implement. So this is going to do something, right? We need to pass the indent as a tab. I think that's coming in from here. So this is actually the JSON call itself. There's some stuff happening here. We need to dissect this. So input text is this part. Output text is this part, which is empty. If the input text length, yeah, as is make sure there's input. Okay. This include white space. Include white space. If it's selected, okay, new line is this. Tabs or spaces. We could just ignore that. If that's the case, indent is this, new line is this. Okay, good. So we are not going to really indent this, which will be done by VS Code for us. So we could technically ignore this indent. It's not even used here anyway, and new line is only used here. So I'm just going to delete this. These two are gone. Even simpler. Okay. CSV parser reset log. This is probably resetting everything. Parse output, then we are parsing the input text. Headers provided is important, which happens to be checked. This is still the original text. Delimiter is tab, so we have to pass that into CSV parser. Downcase headers is false. We could actually pass this as false. Upcase headers, some result actually. Upcase headers. Downcase headers. False. Okay. Both are false. Delimiter is tab. Headers provided checked because it's this. That's actually literally checked as string. Okay. And then input text. So we need to just take the CSV parser too. Go into CSV parser, which happens to be here. Big ass file too. Is doing this. Okay. Is there anything here about checked or not? Whether it's so I'm going to take the whole content of this. I'll put this as CSV parser in new file parser JS. This has some parts that I don't need, but I can either spend time to clean it or not. CSV to array, interesting. Reset log is what the program was using. Set some stuff here, which is emptying the error log array. Some internal error logging functions, fine. This is again not that important. So this part is the inside here. Do we have any headers included, whether it's checked or not. That's what the checked. This headers provided. Let me look. Headers included. Well, whether it's text or true, that is the case. If that is, header names will be decided from the data array. Data array itself is already being constructed here. Fine. So we have this. Just need problem is, will we have access to this right away? Right. The JSONify. Get clipboard. So this should do something. You know, I'm writing the JSON path. But it's not really the JSON path, right? Let's bring this back on. This is not exactly JSON file name. This is sort of like raw file name. Something. Okay. In fact, don't skip this again. Step by step. There are too many moving parts. Just the raw file. Okay. I still want to deduce the path. I'd rather get the path and then do a final construction of JSON path, because I'm going to do this in multiple steps. So what I do need is the raw file name has that chunk, right? What if I split that in CSV path? Could I do something like raw path? Sound even more awkward, but in the original part, you split it by this, take 0. This raw path will be let's do a CLS. This is what I mean. Now I can construct a JSON path out of raw path and raw file name. But the reason why I need a raw path is because I think I'm going to do this conversion in increments. Switch to the other one. turns into a nightmare tune like that, it's not fun. I think time to grab some tea and go full force. seem to have the correct path. Now, what I would like to do is first, I want to write the clipboard data into thing like raw path. Raw path is going to put blah blah slash, okay, and then the file name itself will be the raw file name, but the extension I'm going to put my own extension. It's going to be something raw file name still. To put my own thingy here. I'll call this this is the first raw thing that's coming from a macro. I'm going to create it as a macroscopic CSV. Okay, let's just be dumb about it. So ideally, this should be the final result. In fact, we could just delete it. When we do this, assuming we still have the data, copy, do this. This is going to create that macroscopic CSV. Open it. What's this? This isn't exactly a CSV file, because there's nothing comma separated here. This is sort of tab separated. Let's just actually call it TSV. Delete this madness. So either way, we are going to do operations step by step, starting from here, the content of this file, which also happens to be the content of clipboard. But problem is, you don't seem to be able to. Well, that was the result of 2 hours of investigation. How to read that into Node. Maybe I'll figure it out some other way. I don't care. In the end, I'm going to delete this file when I'm. So when we do this, after I write a macroscopic TSV file, I'm reading it again. Access to the text content. I'm going to feed that into CSV parser parse, and the result of that will JSONify and we'll write that file in the end. So at this point, I'm trying to do something. This still need this. Can we do something as this? The file we just actually wrote into the disk. If I can actually output its length, might be in good shape. That's where we have cannot find you wrote it though, right? But you were not able to write it either. Ooh. What has changed between this line and this line? If I do this, you're able to write this file, big TSV. I have a feeling while this is writing, I'm triggering this. That's why it's having hard. Because this is the path. Module not bound. Let's do a CLS proper. Cannot find this, yeah, this module. Actually, I used to do that with JSON, and it thought of it as sort of a module. It was smart enough. Now here is where I have to do file reading manually. So fs sync, fsync, sorry. Trying to open a file, right? What is fsync here? Requested. I still need a file descriptor, which is a number. I think I'm in the wrong business here. Yeah, read file, sync. This is the path you are reading. Okay, smart enough. And what happens? Options. This returns a buffer. Is this chainable? It's not a promise, right? So let's do constant climate data here. Yes, and then see what happens. No such file or directory. The problem is it's not even able to write it. You were able to write it just a second ago. If I don't have these two, you're okay. You write it. Yeah, try to write it, then do console log. So at that point, you should be able, but the process is aborting. See, this is it. This is not, this is doing its job. In the meantime, I'm doing this harmlessly, and then it actually breaks down here, which interrupts this process. So this should wait for this to finish on. This spawn promise based on event, close, exit, on spawn, disconnect. On disconnect. Imagine this is what you are doing. We are going to push you here too, except comment out for now. Aha, see, it did not do disconnect. Let's find another one. On close. because now it wrote it. Confident. Okay, the fact that it did this is good news. Let's kill it. Let's enable these two. And now we'll read the same file we just wrote. Good news, 94. 94 might actually be the character. This is my this is it, and this is 45 characters before as the length. That length is a funny business. That's not 94 bytes as the length. In the case of JSON, it was counting the number of items in an array, but this is actually file size. Okay, we are in a better shape. So this require child process. I'm actually going to behave myself, and I'm going to call this here. A bit more tidy. So we are just reading the file. Instead of the length, if we output the data itself, it's a buffer. So we actually have to read the content, which is in climate data variable, and do that with read get. Let me read up. I think in one of the options here, you pass UTF-8, which turns it into the raw text. Another cleanup. Yeah, let's read about this. Why not? Where is that Node.js documentation when you need it? File. Read file. Read. It returns either a string or buffer. I'm interested in this. If the encoding option is specified, then this function returns a string. That's exactly what I tried to do. Encoding option. So why did you not do it? Did I not save? Save. Let's see, you could either pass an object with string. The options could be, yeah, just the encoding itself. Yeah, like that. Read file sync. Again, we are dealing with some shit. This is it. So you do I'll try to do string, but as far as I know, because that was already forcing it to be string anyway. What's in this file? Oh, it just happens to have that as content. Okay, well, sorry, that was dumb. So, copy all this. That's what's in the clipboard now. And this file is kind of practically empty, or whatever. It doesn't exist, let's say. Bye. And in fact, I am actually going to take this back. Okay, do a CLS. This should, yeah, bingo. So I guess at some point I was copying and pasting things here. That's usually what ends up in the clipboard. And that is an innocent mistake, but a big problem. Okay, we do seem to have the content coming from the TSV file. This is what we need to feed into the parser. Let's see if we can do CSV parser parse here. This is the content we have to. This is not climate data, but let's pretend it. This is the result of CSV parser is not defined. Okay, now this is where we'll have to do. CSV parser is a required thing. Going to be its own problem. CSV parser require. Sigh. This. Please do something with some mistake, okay? Parse is not a function. Really? It is. That is a function. So this is in fact a parse function. The whole CSV parser. Problem is this is not output. Gotta do something like this. Here you do yeah. So from here you get where you get the whole package. Okay, so it's parsing, error parsing. Whoa, wrong number of columns. I'm totally depending on that parser. If that fails, we'll be fucked. copy only the first rows and write a simple file. Error parsing row 2, wrong number of columns. I see, but you are still doing it. Header names is val0, header types. But I am also not passing the required parts. Headers included. Delimiter type any. This is now how I have to fake it from here. This is the data, which is good. This should be checked. Delimiter is tab, so that's literally tab. String tab. Downcase header is false. Uppercase is also false. Decimal sign is not sure if that was triggered. Probably has a default value, right? Any one of those is also any. Even this is any. Okay, let's try to do this. What do I have in my still this? Good news. But this is actually looking better. 2, 4, 6, 7. Let's see. So we feed this into JSON file. Let's double check again. Because we said this is not important. So this is going to output some stuff, which we feed into. Let's actually copy this. Going to call this TSV data. This TSV. Parse this TSV. This TSV is going to be parse output. Okay. Data grid, header names, header types. Actually, we do have some of that. Header types, header names. Good news. And then this is the data grid itself. Errors is errors. We don't care about errors. We might at some point. And here's the output text. This is our JSON function. JSONify. Feed that into here. Header types. This indent. This is actually empty because this output text is what we can also write into the file system. I'll do this write file sync, something like, well, something very similar to this. Raw file name, which is stuff without .csv. So at this point, our file is basically JSON version of the macroscopic thing. At this point, we want to write the data, which is output text. Okay, and I may have to do the JSON stringify here, but all in due time. So copy this, run. It did something. Okay, let's look here. Here's macroscopic TSV. Here's macroscopic JSON. Because it's either binary or uses and supported, blah blah. Okay. But the fact that we see equal to control here is good news. So stringify. Do it again. Again. Some stuff. Kinda okay, kinda not. This is what CSV did. I mean, the parser did. Let's just temporarily open it. So where are we messing up with this? Parse. Data grid. I'm hoping that everything here is coming just fine. What if it's not? Put text, headers provided. Let's look at this parser again, which is here anyway. Put headers included. So tab is just a string, as I guessed, and I could pass this through. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do, just so I'm eliminating any. There was never a problem here in this area, but here's a funny thing though. Format this. Cannot really format it, but I think I already know what's going on here. I'm actually calling the wrong function. Unexpected token. Write this as a UTF file too. Just output this, please. Output text. Kind of curious what's happening here. Okay. How about you just write this without any monkey business? Ah. I see. This kind of turns into binary here. Why? Let me read the TSV file again. Oh, it's just a text file. These two are wrong. Why do we have two extra lines? Even though I'm copying only 4. Are you doing anything? So here's what I'm going to do next. Just want to record another macro. We call this save macro, save macro, something like this, a dumb name. And of course you can't do that. Okay. I'm going to pretend that I'm saving this file as comma delimited CSV. Into the same folder, except the name like macroscopic. Save. To save only the active sheet, click OK. To save all sheets, save them individually. Okay. This is concerning. Stop recording. Go into change the directory to that. Maybe I'll figure out a function that returns the path of the currently open file. Active workbook save as, file name is whatever this path is, and I'll maybe find a file name and I'll put macroscopic blah blah. Do this. Let's assume this is gonna be all done. This is what I'm after. Because now I have a TSV file which is proving to be useless. Always created anyway. Here's the file that I created from Excel. This should have roughly 8,800 lines. Good. So this has only taken the FM15 once. There's no FM. Done. So this is the file that I'm going to read. So this is actually cutting maybe this step too. Instead of copying things to clipboard and writing the clipboard into a file where I'm reading the file, the macro will be saving that result into a CSV file, which only seems to take the first sheet, which is what I wanted anyway. It's just a happy accident. So I'm going to read this file, which is the CSV macroscopic that I just want anyway. Okay, this is still blah blah part dot macroscopic. Now, none of this is actually real. In fact, if it ever becomes a reality, I'm going to call this Mr. Data Converter, because that's kind of what we are doing right now. Do this. It happens to be this part. Okay. In fact, we can pretend this is here. We're not really interested in this part anymore. We'll just hide this. This is okay, but nothing is calling this. So after all, we do all this. This is waiting for us, and all we gotta do is do Mr. Data Converter. Going to read the file, do its thing, write into macroscopic JSON. This might work better than the monkey business. Okay, so this did something. Let's open this. Bingo. Here's what was most likely happening. This is the reason why a few hours ago I was discussing this text input functionality. If you dump the data, the clipboard data into this text input, it automatically ignores the binary parts, which come when you copy this part, I believe. Some binary information. So they are gone. And throughout the whole conversion, those binary parts are never entering the equation. But if you write the clipboard data into a text file, which now contains some binary bits, when you read it and feed into this converter, those binary bits actually resulted in the final JSON. So it happened this way. You have some parts. This is wrong. You pull a fresh copy here, it's actually going to say perfectly fine. It's a long file, so. Except this is kind of wrong in its own way, but it's a good step forward. I'll tell you what's wrong with this. Repeating the data. It's only putting the headers. Might be wrong about this, but I think it looks wrong anyway. Format document, and yeah, there you go. Although it's a nice step forward, also a few steps backward. So CSV, you read it. Let's look at the CSV file, macroscope. This is legit. Okay. Let's look here. Yeah, what might be going wrong here? This is kind of doing one of the other but I specifically took this. Let's output header names. This is all fine. Let's do a log. Header names. Seems to be correct. Header types. Whole string. You know, this seems to be wrong. This used to be a long array of all these strings, so for as many... Maybe that started to happen because I... This is valid too. Kinda. Data grid. This is okay. This is wrong. Why do we have only this? Of course, it's repeating. But this is matching. This is... Oh, I know why. Because it used to be tab, and now it's comma. Would actually be true. Now, I bet if I actually get header types, it's going to say all the way string. That's, yeah, or this. This is what I want. Now I'm confident this then more or less okay. Except it's not taking into... This actually should have been all string. That's the whole point of me parsing it later. Need to massage this a bit better. So here's our new problem. Given this, need to change the parameters here. Let's temporarily disable this. Delimiter is comma. Okay. Good wise spacing output. That's such a minor thing. Delete this too. If it's gonna do it first. Okay, it's doing it. But then it, okay, yeah, it is doing it with the comma. Sorry, with this. But then it's not. See, it's recognizing this as in. Oh, I know why. Because when you say comma, it thinks of this as another delimiter here. When it was tab, it was happy because everything was separated. Every one of these bits was separated with a tab. Now this comma, it thinks of this comma as another separate. What if you do auto? Are you gonna smarten up here? 1.1. No, you won't. Which means this, that I need to be recording my macro or saving this as separated value, if that is such a thing. CSV file. Or I need to change the delimiter in the CSV. Port file type. tab delimited txt, macroscopic txt, call this tsv. Sure, I'll be able to write that as a. In fact, let's actually open the file. So yeah, I do want to change it. Let's open in Excel. Okay, close it. Damn you. Here's TSV file. Good. Let's read this one. And this time I think it's going to do it. So this should all be strings. This is when VS Code freaks out. Okay. But again. Let's go into the folder. CD, resources, data, geography, climate, blob. The last command was this. This time, the funny thing is, yeah, from this CSV, original CSV, I'm still passing this. I don't need to be passing this. I could just be passing the TSV file if I create in a way. So in other words, I should just be reading the file, TSV file that I'm feeding into this. Which I'm kind of forcing to go with this. We do have string here. That is a bit of a problem. This TSV should be. Now, if we copy this into and in fact, we do have tab here. And also, like an idiot, I still left it as comma, right? Tab. This is going to work. Not. But I think some, let's see, this is still integer. Why? Okay. Fish. Tab. Paste. Still integer. I don't get this. MW2 is recognized as integer. Is like the fourth one or the second line. That would be this one. So the rest is null. Okay. But we say it's tab. See, this is all null here. One, two, three. Oh, 1, 2, 3 null. So checks out, and you get considers this as integer. Decimal sign is dot. See what it's doing. Are you? No, it's coming sanitized already. Right? Yeah. And really, this had nothing to do with whether you checked or not. This all has to be a string. That is the problem. Why this happening? Header parse output in here. Header types. Push empty. Wait a minute. Header types. Number of ints. Decimal sign is comma. Replace comma with that if comma is decimal separate. But we don't want that. I don't want all header types to be. So I'll all this, bypass this, say force all header string. Do header types dot I string. Now we do have so many headers. You have kind of, yeah, header name. We do have the same number of header output this string, and I think the JSON, the resulting JSON, is also going to be format. Format. That's exactly what you're supposed to do, man. Okay, let's look at MW1, right? That was the culprit. 61. MW2 71.1, which was problematic here, right? Null, this case. Null. 1.1 for 250 case here in the date 1 o'clock. Okay, this should be null. See, now that I forced everything to string, I see. See, the original JSON converter was doing a better job. Just keeping it as null. Empty string is kind of okay, but it means something different. So we need a proper JSON CSV to JSON converter. Switching my legs and my brain cells, and come back. Okay, so maybe I should investigate a different CSV to JSON solution. Before I do that, I still want to give this guy a chance. What if I know that there are some null values here because there are empty tabs. So I'm going to take the first 3 rows, okay, well, excluding the header. Cut this with these settings. So we do actually have null values. So if I can replicate these settings in my code, then we are good to go. So let's do this. Do good. So somewhere here, indent is tab. Oh, that's actually the header types. This is important. In fact, I actually mess with this, but he puts integer for missing data. Header names are, last one is OD1. Here's the data grid. So they are actually empty. So if it's empty, or if it's empty but consider integer, maybe it still put. So maybe I was a little bit maybe trust issues here. Let's re-enable this. Do your, I'm gonna let you do your job. Problem is, in his data, you got int, right? I'm getting float. That's the problem, because maybe we still not doing this right. So let me look at the way input text is this. This is still checked or something, right? Delimiter is tab. Delimiter is tab. Downcase headers is false. This is false too. Yeah, this order seems all different. Like, see, int, and it has float pretty much after the first int, and yet it's still the same data. Decimal sign is comma. An important thing, but how do we handle that here? I think we handle it in the parser itself, right? In this level. Decimal. No, actually, this is just the converter. Yeah, the parser itself is this, which I have access to. Delimiter tab, but where's the, how do we handle the sign? Do we have anything decimal here? We have it here though. Is decimal. RE. Sign parse function. See, we are not passing this at all in look that up. It's comma or not. Oh, I see. So it's not, I'm not passing it at all in here, decimal sign. That should be passed. Not there. Say comma. Hit the JSON again. Result. Now we have the null values. That. Let's look at the MW. This is not good. I think I should change this to dot. And as soon as I do that, this is going to be comma separated. Good. No. Yeah, it's parsing this, the value of it. Don't parse it. Considers that as an integer. So the null thing happens with this. Let's enable this again. Consider everything as a string. And again, there might be a bit of a problem there. This thing again, freaking out. Be done? Yeah, and then that actually that fixes this problem, but then the ones that are supposed to be null are not. Do I have another application I can use? Let's try this and upload our TSV file. Use file. Coding. Uploading. Separators tab, it understood. Header fields 38, that's good. Records is this. Actually doing it. This is kind of what we want. This is perhaps supposed to be null. But this is good news, right? Use output options. Human records man. Use null for empty field. Isn't there a global setting for that? Maybe. I want this to be null. Do not output field value pair if value is a have an API. This conversion is now available. Okay, cool. Pricing. Limited number of total API calls. How many? I don't know my options though. CSV JSON. Select the file. Creator auto detect parse numbers, parse JSON. Output is an array. Does nothing. Separator is tab. Doing something good. This is not good. In fact, everything is a string for me. So don't parse it. Are you done? Oh. I thought you would only clear this result. Parse numbers. Let's try again. Okay, everything looks legit. 71. This function is available as a worst case scenario. This is still Maybe this is the expected behavior, but in here, use this extension. When the cell is empty, the result is null. And I like that. Like empty value format is null, not empty string. If this is available as an npm package, see if you guys have that option. If you do, that might be exposed to this part here too. Mind. Good news. If set to true, we'll attempt to convert a value to a valid JSON value. Text numbers. Set to true, we'll use the first column as a key. So let me try this option here. Guess I have to hit this again. You know, I'm at that point that I'm writing my own. Whatever JS is now becoming CSV to JSON. Let's do something even more dumb. Take this. Actually, you don't really need this. It's just going to be a converter. Data. I'm tired of this shit. Okay. Because this is my own custom thing, I know I will always headers. I will always have headers. So this is going to be line by line. First line is the headers. When I read the file, the TSP file here, I have all the content. I'm kind of writing this actually. Trying to find the headers. So this data array is basically CSV2 array, input column delimiter. So every end of line is basically giving you data is the whole rows created. So data split by this is going to give you total length. In fact, at this point, if you do console log this length, you're gonna get something. And just stay here, okay? Save this. Mr. Data Converter is good, but we are seeking something else. We are going to do we're going to work with Mr. Grumpy Data. Mr. Grumpy Data is going to be similar to the converter. We'll do something like this. In fact, I'm actually going to just let's keep this part the same. Here's our TSV file. We'll inject this into let's also make sure we are outputting stuff. No mouse is involved here. Do convert wire TSV to JSON. Write it like that. You write it like this. Okay, A is A. In fact, this could be QQQ. Okay. When you come here and you do QQQ dot convert, it's going to require data. So this is what we'll do here as TSV. So it's going to look like that. So that is the reason why I'll call this TTJ. Okay. You are TTJ. We'll call you we'll convert this. Now, when I call this, it is going to read the TSV file like before. I'm going to put it in convert here. It's going to split and it's going to give me the number of rows, which is that. We know that. So we know that the first data, 0, is the headers. Here's the headers. So do some kind of log operation here. That. Let headers be this. Okay. Of course, I'm not really converting and keeping the array there, right? So I'll do rows. Okay. You stay here and stay. First row is the headers. That's it. Now all the rest is because rows sounds so much like anything except header. I will do something like this here. Just, records. That is going to be this. Okay. Header is going to be records number 0. Then anything else is records. Here's we do pop. Sorry, yeah, records is an array. Doesn't recognize it as an array. So here's the trick. When you do pop, removes the last element. We want to remove the first element. Do kind of shift, except shift is pushing the first one out of the array. Removes the first element from and returns it. We are also, but when you do this actually, actually this becomes the header. Okay, record shift. Explaining it, but I put it in the wrong order. So it removes the first element from an array and returns that element, which happens to be the header. So question is, what happens to the original array? It should normally stay the same. So whatever is left in the records becomes the. So because we checked 8,764, we should now have header as header, just this line. The output rows length should have -1 here. Okay, smart enough. Except when you do it this way, that's it. But the numbers check out. Good. Now our assumption is that header type is always, well, all the content is string anyway. So we have in data sometimes in the rows. Here we'll maybe take some of this. Could actually take it. Because this is really doing it. Somewhere here. Data types, if it's integer or float, we won't care about this. We'll do some kind of a trick here. It says if my whole deal could have been actually finished in the other one. Number of columns. Data type is an integer. Or float. Then put that doesn't exist, put null. When it's string, this is where it was failing. If it wasn't this, that was putting this instead of null. So I think I could have been done here while analyzing this. Let's go back to Mr. Data Converter instead of Mr. Grumpy Data. It actually be done. String, string, string. Let's look at the JSON. Except it puts it as a string now. Do we still have that funky 61? What are you doing there? So it's as if like because I'm forcing everything to be string. Well, I'm kind of writing my own anyway. Very close, but let's just piggyback on this. Let's pretend our header type is always string anyway, because we just forced everything to be string. This actually is it just be like that. This is also wonky too. Which actually essentially is responsible for this, because if I do QWE here, see, when this happens, it's actually looking, it's showing the cache one, so I was actually done. Yeah, there you go. Now, and see, this one is not. There. Yeah, none of this is true. See, this is the problem. If it's string, then it should be like this anyway. Else it's null. So this actually comes here. This comes here. And if it's not string, then here, what is this? We can actually write this way. To string interpolation, we know better now. This the value of this. For you. Go and come back. A different file, maybe this. Yeah, see, it's showing the previous QWE. I know that this is actually done. It's done its job, except we don't see its effects. Will I trigger it again? I'm looking at the cache value. Now it is empty. That's wrong. Other one actually should fix itself. You just have to account for it's so it thinks so. Okay. Sometimes doesn't. You know what? It thinks of empty string as a string here. If it exists at all, header type J is string. Yes, it is always going to be, but also if row J is not empty. Basically, if row J is not null, really what it is. I'm writing my own again. Do it twice. Null here. This is it. This is good. After this, I should have null, null, null. Could probably go and clear this up. Would essentially be what I'm writing. Go to this. Okay, let's copy this JSON. Let's go to JSON lint. Validate. Green. Then I drink water. Good. Now we'll go deep into interpretation. Okay, so this has been a bumpy ride. There's a whole other. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You. This should be comma. Let's look at the TSV file. I'll be mad if there is not comma. January 1st, 0. January 1st, 0 hour. Few fields away. Just up to 16,000. Should have comma 1, 8, 1, which means this is 1.6 Celsius and 0.8 Celsius. As you can see. You think forgot to highlight it. You can see from the color codes here. Sometimes it highlights it. Doesn't know. Anyway, why are you here? This is your JSON file is checked up. So I'm gonna have to write my own parser because here's what's happening. I thought I could actually get away with this by changing minimum stuff here, but the parser is already replacing the commas with dots because it's that kind of guy. Okay, so we are writing our own. So essentially we will start with something like this. We'll do, instead of doing this sort of for loop, we'll do a little bit more modern JavaScript. We'll do something like we know that in each row we are going to have as many properties as the number of items in header, except sometimes those values will be missing. We'll replace their values with null. What their identifier or the properties, like key value pairs, the value will be null, but the key will be that item we are parsing in the header. So we could actually go with I here too to refer back to the header. That's why I'm sure there's some mechanism here that actually does that, which is this. Yeah, you store the data grid I as row, so you can actually refer to it here. So let's do it. Something like we'll use the index for. So for rows, actually we'll do something like for each. You know, I'm going to close things again. VS Code is as tired as I am. For each. So the array is going to be rows. On show. Element. So we'll say each row, and this also comes with index too. So value is the row itself, index is, and we will need that. Well, we won't at this point. We will need the index in the header type. In the header case. So these rows are essentially rows like start here. But each row is tab separated. Actually take care of that. We could split the row by tab, and this is going to give us the columns row. Okay. So now we're in the columns business. What's happening here? So now we can do another for each. Of course, it's tired again. What do I have to do to please computer? Maybe too many heavy files are open. Close again. For each columns. Each column. Here we need the index. Because as many columns as we have, that's the equal number of items or indices we have in header. That has to be tab separated too. In fact, when we say header, we are actually looking at the whole line, but not the chunk cells. This could be broken down again. We do it over, or we could do it here. Header columns, header parts. This is when you split this by tab 2, and we have an equal number of items. So we do something like this here. Now this guy used text to hold null values or not. We could do that, or we could use object notation and then do JSON stringify over that object. In fact, that actually makes sense. We'll do something like let JSON be an empty object. Okay, this is the JSOnified thing. signified. Not yet. Okay. But this is actually the object for each, and we need to stick objects into an array. This is going to be the final. So we need to do something like for each row, we are going to start with an empty You know what we are essentially doing? We are mapping things. We are not even doing. We are mapping. Go with this. Problem though, rows is still total number of records. We are mapping each row so that the row is going to be split into columns. That's good. This is going to return something like this. And in here, we are going to have do we want to have anything open here? Yes, we will have these bits as keys and then their respective values. And that object is what we are trying to map out. Turn. Now we have to dynamically define this. Columns, split. Step here. I think for easy testing purposes, it's also getting late in the day and I'm tired. I don't know what I want to do, but I might have mistakes here. So what I'm going to do are trying to parse the TSV file again. I'm going to reduce the records in the TSV file. Just going to have 4 lines of records. That's it. Okay. I don't want to delete this because that's part of the null process. We have this many records. In fact, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, which means this actually has other parts missing. Some of these records have 3 bits missing. 1, 2, 3, this one. You can confirm that if you go to the this is deleted. It's still solid. Four, 3, 3. Except I got rid of 16, so I'm looking for this one, and this. So 1 off. 4, 3, 4. That's what I measured here. Get the first one. 4, 3, 4. Bingo. Okay. This is a small file. We are looking for expander, but Mr. Grumpy Data is going to take this. Grumpiness. So after we convert, it should return the map data. At any point we are returning something. This is going to look horrible at first. Okay, it's expected. So what we are trying to return is something like this. Okay. like this. And please get out of my... Okay. This is a whole bunch of calculation for nothing. It's going to return this. Run this. Sources, data, grumpiness, geography, climate, and run this. So what are we returning? Grumpy data. Oh, it's V. Map. I'm definitely doing this. Rows map. I was hoping to see this too. That can only happen if there's nothing to map. Rows is 3 because we know that we have 4 lines. One is the header. Rows. Okay, like an idiot, I'm returning it to the main function, but that's not a console log. This is just converting it, but this is not a console log. So imagine we are going to do something with this later, but for now I'm doing the console. This should give us something like this. That's what we're interested in. If possible, we won't do console log here. So this something is going to be one of these. Actually, this still has something. Do this. So these ones will be coming here one by one. Let's change the tune a bit. So when we're in the first row, we just split it by T. We have columns. So for each column, we're also mapping the... Could also do that too. Let me... Columns. Each column. This is where we could go with the index. Which is what I wrote here anyway. You are returning this is essentially going to be replacing the whole map into column. I'm returning an object. I'm actually filling this part out. I think in the new notation you put this here, which actually looks weird because it's like an array. But it's sort of the calculated value. And that value will be the index number coming from header columns. going to be the index. Okay, and the value for this will be the column itself. This is essentially what we are returning. This row split is going to be using this. See how this goes. Of course, this is like GD script. That's it. Now we gotta do some error checking. If it's empty, it's null, otherwise just dump it. So if it's empty, hopefully this will happen. Okay, and it does. Problem though, when we take the string, when we put it here, it actually puts these. So this is not essentially healthy data because it actually takes this as the value, not its contents. So you gotta massage this a bit here. You gotta do something like replace, because it's all string, right? Here we could go with this and this. I want to go with regular expression. So regular expression pattern is this. This G. You put okay like that. Be difficult. And you replace it with this. That's it. So it's single quote now. This will turn into double quote later in JSON file. When we JSONify. What is this? That might happen because I butchered that file, right? I put this. I'm hoping that won't be an issue once I export the proper TSV. Because we are going so well right now. This wasn't always like this. No, this isn't my mistake because it's the fact that it's here is problematic. It means the original TSV also has some problem. Oh, I know why. This isn't exactly the proper end of line. This is the Windows return carriage. Means this parsing here is which also means when I take this, put into here, might actually show some of those characters. It's here. Save character, carriage return versus this one, line feed. Okay, I'll handle that later. I'll write some special case because we are going well. Okay, this shouldn't be an array though. This should be just fed into at this point. This is what we can actually do instead of map. Actually, that could be map too, no? See, I think I understand the mistake here. When I do tab separated, the last one is actually the column. Let's do a cleanup here. Sanitize it. Sanitized column will have this. We'll put the sanitized column here. Again, we have this file open and mocking things up. I'm going to lose this part. You know what? Check for updates. Maybe. No. It's being difficult. Okay, close again. Again. Sanitize column. Okay. Do this. We'll do this soon. Column is going to go through something like this. Then it is also going to replace. We'll actually do it. So then you are going to replace this. Okay. If you run this, everything should be just fine. Of course, when you do this, it's actually a special character, so you still have to do it like it's a little bit optimistic there. What you are looking for is except the problem is not necessarily. You know, I think I fixed this problem here, but this is also not fixed. There are columns in there. So when we do this, this also has to be sanitized. We do something like this header columns index, but that's just the text itself. So now you got to do something. This. And then finally, sanitize. Gate. Dude. Oh, because I have two more lines there. Those lines will be gone. I was primitive. Yeah, I was thinking those were so. The reason why the /r was happening. This is it. We are cleaning it. So essentially, we are kind of trimming it. Maybe a simple trim would have done it, but I'm okay with this. This is what we need to put into the array itself. So for each one of these, which is this, for each, when you return this, this is actually what's appended into JSON. So JSON is going to be appended something or pushed. Okay, what is it pushed? Is push the record. This is just a record. Just a row. Each row. For each row, we are doing something. What are we actually doing here? Object. Call it obj. Okay. Push the obj. And when everything here is finished, after all these rows have been processed, this function is returning the result of the JSON. Do CLS. When we do map, it's actually an array. The obj is going to be 0 here. Because we are not giving the object notation, we are doing array notation. This kind of looks awkward, but we can do it this way. That's it. However, this is where I did it wrong. Okay. Okay, we can still recover from here. Let's say we have obj, which is empty each. And you change this to a for each. And you don't return this, you just say objs. We're actually appending to obj, but essentially it's actually that this is then equals. Obj is like that, and then each obj is pushed to a proper CLS. Of course, like that's it. This is what I'm talking about. All here, and this is a necessary evil. Sanitize it. Do it again. Yeah, that's a necessary evil at this point. I'm gonna try to trim it, but I don't think that's actually trimming actually did it. We still need this part. After this, maybe we can trim. Okay. That gets rid of the special characters. Fine. This could be simplified even further, but this is doing the exact same job this guy is doing. This guy. Of course, making sure that null is null, not just string null. So we are okay. So we do have the data. We can just write this as a JSON. Now, I'm gonna try to fix my TSV, and then again, it's gonna freak out this guy. Let's cut some of this crap. Push this part here. We can split the header here, but we have to split the row every single time for each row. If you don't want to, you could do one big array of arrays here, and then similar idea, but it doesn't matter because you are parsing it anyway. So nothing has been shifted, or it's solid. Now this is the file we get. You just write this like the macroscopic JSON. So we actually do our entry point is still surprisingly CSV file, which is going to be changed to TSV file so that I don't do this kind of monkey business. So that I'm actually reading the TSV file that I want to put into here. In fact, I'm kind of doing that here anyway. So from the contents of this, we convert it into a JSON structure. This, well, it is the structure, but it's actually not properly done. Need to do this right into the file. And when I run this, we are going to end up with a JSON file here. So right now, this JSON file is still the old corrupt file. We run this. Of course, this is still running the cached version. See, it's actually done. Now this is a valid file. These two dumb values here, which will be gone. But everything else is fine. So if we can format this. Yeah, this thing is still kind of freaking out. It's a valid JSON file. Clear. So it should actually format it like this. And then over this, we are going to run our weather bits part here to normalize things and to do data validation so we don't have values like this. Okay. So this is good news. Let's bring back our TSV file from this CSV file. This is still the original CSV file. I haven't actually missed, but since I don't trust myself today, this is the original CSV file. So we open it. At this point, yeah, I have to investigate how to save as a TSV file, but let's pretend we are doing that. Okay. This is still our this is an extra part. We don't really need it. Don't need that. This is it, CSV. Come here, you say run me this, which is doing its magic. This port file type this. There was a bit of a problem here with the txt in the end. We will actually force that to be CSV. Okay. I think that can be done easily in Node.js too, that I say this file and whatever. At this point, I pretend that this is actually macroscopic. txt, text delimited, and we say this, okay, which saved this new file, which used to be this. Delete this. At this point, this exists, but this shouldn't exist, or it won't. In fact, this is wrong too. So we start from here. We just did something. We export into this. This is going to be called TSV in the end. We'll manage that. Okay, yes, we are sure. Because it's open here, it's freaking out. Try again. Okay, solid. Done. Now this is going to be fed into here. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. Except, well, the name looks wrong. This is just actually wrong, but I'll tell you why. It doesn't matter. I'm kind of also telling myself why it doesn't matter. That's argv2, which is broken down to these pieces. In the end, from this path, we are creating this macros, which means this could have been the input file name here. Then that's what we'll do. We'll pass a TSV file here. So we won't have to do this. Okay. But something similar will still have to be done so that we understand the file name, so we could put the JSON extension. So more or less the same, but this name has no kind of part in this. As long as this part is okay. Do this. Done something. Come here. Let's have a JSON file with the 5.70 meg. Double click that. Here's in its glory. A file with proper null values, proper M1W something, MW something with the proper strings, right? Copy this, put it here. It's valid. Good. 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 Big tea break.
I see. So what are you saying about that danger? Put it together for me. You're not. I figured out a way so that I won't have that problem.
So the missing link is still the Excel macro. Let's see if we can find that same macro and make sense of it. Now, I think this is a good moment to go to this. This was happy news, but we'll go to, I think, Excel. Some other thing from the other night. This one, Office, VBA. So somewhere here, this is not that important. I just want to be able to do something like this. In one cell, I write the current directory. I think when you write, yeah, relax. When you write it like this, this is the value of this changed. Oh no, this is actually changed directories. Yeah, it's the parameter. We need to find the current directory. Yeah, change the current directory. So somewhere here we should actually have statements. Okay, we are still in the same area. We are trying to read this. We're also going to read the file name, and then I'm going to do some kind of splitting so I can write a file like this with CSV in the end. So we're in the reading business, not statement business. So this category is wrong. So we need to find directories. Good luck finding that. Change file, resource active directory, object model. Displace the select. Displace the select users or groups that, no, that's not really what. But the application's current directory kind of thing. Property perhaps. When we say application though, this sounds more like Excel itself, but not the active workbook or active cell. This is somewhere else. How about we do active data sheet, active workbook? Workbook property of the... All I want to do is to read the properties. Okay, go back again. Worksheet. Worksheet. Something like, okay, just B5. I don't care. Active something. Active window. Active workbook. Dot. Current. Directory. No. Active workbook save as. File format. Full name. Path. Imagine that's the value. You do none of this, okay? This is actually all one line-ish. We'll do something like this soon, so I'm just going to copy this into Notepad. See me off. Yeah, it sure. This one. Save this. This is module 3 inside this save macro. So when we hit save macro, in A1 the value will be active workbooks path, whatever that is. So we are actually here. I didn't have to close. Now this is it, but we can also run this macro in the one we want. I'm gonna say blah 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 blah. We'll just do this. Doesn't matter where we are. Run. That's it. Bingo. So this path is the same path. That I was trying to read here. F urban farmer, resources, data, geography matters. So now let's bring back the other code. Yeah, do that. Let's enlarge this area a bit. I believe this is just push to line. Okay, I think this is, yeah, this seems. This is when I was saving it as CSV file format. Maybe I'll do some. I need to now figure out how I save this. How I did string interpolation, which was here. Which with the ampersands. Okay, I remember. So we'll do something like dim. Current working directory is string. Current working directory is. Dude, relax. But I'm still typing it. Like, Okay. So this part is essentially current working directory. I also need to get the file name. So active. I kind of know that because when I open this document, the sheet is actually labeled after the file name. Okay. So how can we something similar? Get the path. So we do this. Copy. We do well. This file happens to be the active sheet's name actually. I'll reorganize this. I'll merge this into this area. Oh, active sheet's name is actually, before I change it, you have access to it. File is essentially this. We protect it. So we are now going to reconstruct this. And we'll put macroscopic TSV. The file format will be this. The only thing that I'm missing is when I did this, I actually intentionally saved it as CSV. I didn't do this for the TSV format. This is probably going to be different here, which means I'll do something as dumb as this. This is not that important. Let's say this is somewhat important. It's here anyway, but save it. This is harmless. It's just doing some stuff, right? BCWE. I'm going to record a macro. I want to investigate my options here. Now there's save as. In the end, it still came down to this, to be honest. This is as if it was triggered from here, which didn't make any change. Because none of this seemed viable to me. When you do this, you're essentially in this business anyway. Save as. That's kind of what this is about too. So, but I still want to do it for the TSV, so I see the. We'll do save as. Similar, okay. It's this file name. Again, at this point, I don't care about the macroscopic part. I deliberately do this. It's inside here. Save it. And of course, when I do this, I'm not saving it. I mean, I'm not recording the macro. Let's do macro 2. So we are in this business now. Save as this something. The selected file type doesn't support workbooks that contain multiple sheets. To save only the active sheet, click OK. To save all sheets, save them individually. So because I'll be automatically in the proper whatever, active sheet will be okayed. So it's all done. Now we can stop recording it. You view the macros. Let's hit the macro 2, which is here, right below this. This is what we are after. So this is going to be dynamic. This is going to be dynamic. There's a txt here. We'll change that. We'll make that TSV. I believe this is going to stay the same. Create backup false. Maybe this is that OK option. Just an internal option. Either way, I think this is going to. So let's pretend we are doing it here. File name is current working directory %. Then we need a slash. This has been replaced with current working directory. This is the slash. This is the file name. We do something like this. Now you continue like this. I'll call this macroscopic TSV. File format will be Excel text. Create backup is false. This might just work. Don't care about this. We will take this part back into. Save this. Okay. Okay. After all this stuff, because we label the sheet 1 here for easy selection later, okay? But before that, we just store the name of the sheet name, which we then this business. Okay, this. If this works, I'll be really happy, and then I'll come in and then delete all this. This might very well be my last macro logic, so I'm just going to place this. So save, close everything. So this kind of shouldn't exist, but it does exist. These two shouldn't exist. From here we start. Here this. The macro will now do its thing. Have a problem here. It kind of did, but it also file name. Ooh, it's microscopic TSV. This is not a big deal because this is just in here, but it didn't save the file. It actually did this. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot the file. After the file, we do have the microscopic TSV. Who knows what it did try. Let's again close. The fact that it actually kept that file dot macroscopic, it actually, yeah, it couldn't find the beginning part, which was my mistake. But oh, it actually did. Okay, perfect. I was just thinking it should be actually some dot as the initial. Good. So it is doing its thing. Good. Awesome. I'm enjoying this. Fun. Okay. I think this is just a side effect, and I don't care. The fact that we do have this here is good. Now I'm going to feed this into proper channels. So we actually have that file export. Let's do 500,000. 99 turn. So normally we won't have this at this point. We have just created from this file. Now we have to input this file into. Now currently we are accepting a CSV file. We shouldn't. We should accept that macroscopic TSV file. and the content of it will be going into this file. Essentially, from a file path like this, we need to replace TSV with JSON. That's really what it is. So argv is the TSV path. Okay, smart enough. TSV path, the file. Okay, this is what you need to read. The path is still the path. What you gotta do is you gotta replace it so that the .tsv okay, that's it. This could be a whole one-liner. This is all garbage. Mr. Data Converter is garbage. Mr. Grumpy Data wins the day. Actually, this is going to be important. This is all garbage now. Hi. We don't do this anymore. We also don't do this. I'm sure I'll find another reason to need it. Okay, so we come here and we say this is microscopic TSV. You run it, does it. Here's the JSON. Everybody's happy. You go home. Well, unless you're home. This is it. Okay, tokenization and such. So now we still need to write the massage part. Which is this part. But we can actually be in a happier place with that. Because we've already started to work the last week, right? So we are normalizing data. Which led to the area where some data was having 99 values, which is missing. So I need a reporting system. But as I come across cases, I'm going to fix them here. Initial investigation was I would actually find those missing values here. I think line 332 or 3 something. Yeah, 322. So this is a bit of foul value here. This is going to be replaced with 361 4 zeros, and okay, I think we could do that in this area. That's why I've been working on this JSON converter. See if I have to respond to a few things. Okay, nothing pressing. Good. Nothing is happening. Let's check Discord in case I'm needed somewhere. Okay then. So let me see. So we JSONified our data, and we are going to not store the data, but I think we could consider this step fully done. We do have data collected. We are the location refinement is done. Massaging the data is kind of what we are doing. So it's refined locations. Okay, JSONify too. Let's call it raw. This is done. We're able to do that. And we are now at the point of massaging the data. This also involves storing it in steps. I'll call this massaging and storing in steps. So that should update the stream goals. Good. Let's close a whole bunch of things. Get back to some of these. Good. But it feels like it's a win already. Good. So perhaps the most important part. Well, all this is important. By doing it in steps in here, what I meant was right now I don't think I have written 10% of the data layers file, let's say. Each one of these, actually, there's 3 times more of these sections here. I don't know whether they are all important or not, but like, let's say for this hour of the day, AA1 was null, but here AA1 and 2 are full. So, and sometimes they are kind of full, but they come with missing data. So we need a system that will make sense of these entries. So far I have written entry making sense kind of function for these mandatory parts. I was about to start, well, I sort of started the AA part, ABAC. This is already close to 200 lines. Doesn't even do error checking or missing checks. Okay, it only assumes you have perfect data and normalize the data. So I'm thinking each one could go into its own file. Right now, so far we got away with the fact that if they're all in one file, exposing them one by one. Here we are bringing them in as we need them. This is just a test sort of file. But essentially, yeah, all of them will have to be doing so that when this is run, after we get the basic JSON out of TSV, what I'm thinking in steps is going to be start here, do this, create this, okay, then do a lot of steps, clean the data, and maybe write multiple JSON files, I don't know, or overwrite this. But in the end, I want to have a perfect JSON file without the name macroscopic, which is going to be like this file part, just .json. Maybe we'll delete this automatically. So that for another file, I will import into Excel, trigger the macro, trigger the Node.js. So in between those two steps, there will be this file, this multiple things. cleared up again. So we have this, the equivalent JSON with the perfect data. Then we can move on to Godot part. So remember, this is just 2010, 2009, many years only for Toronto. We'll have to do this for other cases too. That's why I'm trying to automate this, because we will work with hundreds of files, and maybe somewhere along these lines I'm gonna figure out how to automate it for all these files at once. So far we are kind of doing it from this to this to this, and to be honest, when we have this, right, we open it in Excel to do basic things like removing columns and getting rid of the rows that actually have FM16, only to save it as a TSV file, which is then called. So what if we converted this raw part, which is whatever, JSON, and we could just exclude some of the properties anyway, and sort of not take the objects where certain value is FM16. That could be possible too. The only reason why we actually did this exercise with the TSV is because when you write CSV to JSON, and if the delimiter is comma, we have values like this, and they were considered as separate data chunks. Right now we are tab separating this group from this group. Otherwise, in CSV, this is considered 4 chunks. Maybe if we figure that out, we won't need Excel file. Then we could just pipe this through like another wrapper over this. It is just taking all these CSV files, converting them to basic JSON, and doing cleanup over that. That may be possible. It might be the topic for another day. Right now, I still want to take us closer to simulating the weather data, because making sense of that data is still quite a lot of work. So I have 8,800 objects in that JSON. Let's pretend we are writing the wind error checking layer. By the way, when I do this again, this file is not getting, it's always overwriting it. Good, smart. Now, after we do Mr. Grumpy data, prepared our JSON file. We kind of need to read it, but we already have access to it. Could store it somewhere here. So that's where I was holding the climate data. Here, when climate data was just argv2. So climate data is going to be that climate data is essentially this T. And that is in fact oh, that's not it. Here. Got this crap. The converted value is the climate. The boat. And in fact, this is actually JSON. But we're interested in doing stuff over objects. So this is the climate data as you are stringifying the climate. This is JSON path. JSON path. Okay. CSV. Okay, TSV path, you pass it. Read the file, that's your TSV. You'll convert that TSV to climate data, which is what you are going to write. Where you are going to write is from the TSV path. You just construct the JSON path. Okay, Mr. Grumpy data, in my opinion, is as solid as it can get. I don't want to see it anymore. Now, when Mr. Grumpy data is finished, and this is going to take some time to do its job, okay? At this point, we might have to do something like, well, are we doing this promise way? Are things finished? How do we move forward with the things, right? Could do something like this then. Yeah. I recall this things used to be done this way. New promise executor and or you do like with the new way, right? Await async and all that stuff. What I'm actually trusting on is The fact that I'm doing things synchronously here, that this is going to wait for me. What if I actually try that hypothesis? I assume climate data is available, right? Maybe climate data will actually have length, just like I actually do here. So if I run this, it is there. Um, this tune is interesting. So we do have access to climate data, and this is at this point where we can do cleanup. I think there was something called Mr. Kleenex too. Mr. Clean. This Mr. Let's create a Mr. Clean. Okay, called Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean's first job will be this. Okay, let's do it. Mr. Clean in order is going to call all the cleanup functions. So this weather bits, I'm going to officially call it actually getting rid of the CSV parser. It's now pissing me off. PTJ is something we wrote to could be turned into fields or whatever. This weather bits is kind of turning into a cleanup function, cleaner. So we'll do cleaners. So let's just take this weather bits. Maybe this TTJ and whatever is gonna go into utils. Maybe this normal. There. Some future thing. Cut you. And of course, when you do that, you no longer have access to this module, so smarten up. Do this. Will exports WND. Maybe I'll do a module export of module. WD WND. Fine, it's accepting data, and here. In fact, this convert is doing what exactly? It's converting this is converting TSV to JSON. So let's give you a proper name, sir. TSV to JSON. Okay. And then let's relabel you as thank you, util. And then we'll do TSV to JSON. So in here, we'll just do this. Should work just the same. But in utils, we are also going to have this. We'll need something like this. Put this here because that part is more important. We might need to normalize, I don't know. See, in here we won't need the normalization, but we will need normalize. Um, what else? Whether and anywhere else, I have not used it other than in WND or wind. So this is going to take some data. It's going to check things. It's going to normalize things. But at this point, the direction before we parse it, the data itself is problematic too. This is what we should do. Some kind of cleanup here. This is where I will do. Can we type? But this is not. I think this will fail anyway. This is like TypeScript, except it's gonna. Yeah. Um, I mean, you can only do that when it's like this. You are forcing it to be. But since I already know it's that, whatever. Replace. So this is where I'm going to write 99.9. B 0001. You replace this with, let's write it, man. 360 B 000. Now I predict we're going to have many more lines like this even in each section. We'll see. I may even have another utils where I'm doing cleanup globally. Here's a bit of a problem though. This is only cleaning the case when it knows about that case. What if we have more cases that are not kosher? This is a kosher case. This is not. What if we have other cases that are neither one of these? So I need some kind of reporting system. That reporting system could be just a console log, console error. Something like, well, we know about this case because we know at some point we figured out that the direction quality wasn't one. We found out that we have a 9 case here and a 999 case. So here, before you return it, you need to do some kind of error checking that we say if direction quality is not 1, then error out. Then we'll even say maybe, well, this is the but I need to know exactly where it's erroring out. So I go and check the case. Now, when I say check the case, that was my original attempt to find a number here so I could fix it in the original data. But now that seems meaningless because I could be fixing it on the fly. But as long as I know the possible false values or erroneous values. So it's a bit of a sort of headache. Either do it here or do it on the fly, or just be aware of it. For example, although 99 means it's missing, in this case, what this is missing may not be that important. Actually, could be one of those identifiers. One, maybe it's an okay thing to have that missing. And if it's not acceptable, we have to replace that with a proper value. Which is kind of weird because this is what they did. Show you why this feels confusing. In this case, the wind direction is 220 degrees, and it's one that comes after it is that they are very accurate in measurement of that. They know it's really 220. And the wind classification is normal. Nothing funny going on. And this is the wind speed, which is 1.5 meters per second. And the measurement of that is also one perfect case. Now look here, when you first focus on 999, it makes you think that they couldn't figure out the direction of the wind. That's why they marked it with 9 in the second column, which indicates that it's missing. So it's like, well, it's missing because they kind of don't know the direction, but then look here, the speed is 0. How can you talk about the direction of wind when the wind speed is 0? And they know that wind speed is 0 because it's 1. This is accurate. So they kind of say, well, since there is no wind, the direction doesn't matter. We'll just mark it as 999. Well, that doesn't really compute well in the game. The game is looking for some kind of degree. You cannot force the direction to be more than 360. So we could go with clamp values, or we could force clean up the data. In some cases, it's missing so badly that I will have to use the previous hour's data. We'll see. So how many of these records here out of 800 will have anything other than good kosher values? I think I did a quick checkup, and really a lot still. Even here, like e-commerce, and somewhere in the middle sections, we had a lot of 999s. Thank you, Windows. One more here. Yeah, one. So according to okay, let's look at the from here we go here. There are quality checks like this. We should check for the ones that are the 9 in this case is not missing. It's past gross limits check if element is present. Element is present. That's why it's kind of okay. Then this is missing, which is if missing. If type code below is equals 1, which wasn't. This was also C2. Then that same 999 indicates variable wind direction. But if it's not V, then there is no direction really. It's sort of three possible interpretations. So what I'll try to do here is this. We are only checking for the wind condition, right? We are not doing anything crazy global. Mr. Clean is going to do something like it's going to take this into account, and it's going to say, I want to check climate data for all hours in 2010. If it actually has some file value in the wind reported. So for that, it has to trigger this. which is gonna come in a similar version like this. Okay, going to require something here. It's going to be cleaners. Okay. And when we this is of course accepting only one chunk of data. In the original part, here I ran the data on one line of this happened to be the data specific index, because I was just interested in writing the most basic cases. Now going to be interesting. So we do Mr. Clean WND, so this should check for all WNDs. This data is essentially raw. But raw in the sense of TSV, but no longer in this is kind of like the records. So I'm calling it data still. What we need is something like climate data for each, okay? For each data, what we are trying to do here is this, I want to do this. If you have a problem, report it. So this is going to report a bunch of going to be concerning. So if direction quality is not 1, this is what we do, string check, then return the weather, like this. Here goes nothing. Data replace is not a function. Data is coming in. Oh, data is essentially JSON object. There's no such thing, but people always call it JSON object. It's an object like one of these bits. So WND is what we are after. When we say WND here, this is seeking the WND part. Maybe this is just enough, right? Maybe here it does its own. This is actually the row itself. That's kind of what I was thinking. Row.wnd. And this is in the future where we can do some checks too, because something like this already exists in here. If the data doesn't exist, we'll just say if the data AB1 doesn't exist, there is this returns null, something like that. So because WND is a mandatory part, this exists. We know. Save it. Oh boy. Again, save it again, multiple times. cleaners line 9, direction. Direction is not defined. Exactly. Find it. Do a basic console log data here. Yeah, you are freaking out again. Let's go to the folder. Data split. Means you couldn't split the data. What? Here it is. Isn't it? Okay. 221, and that's the first one, as far as I know. Yeah. Am I for each climate date? Ah, this is when I. But to clean climate data, you have access to it for each array of objects. For each object, you are doing this. WND. This used to work. What's happening here? Direction is not. Well, because I'm actually defining it. Gonna sound dumb. Didn't used to happen when it was like this. To do that though, this has to be and this is gonna sound really dumb. Cannot read property split of undefined. WND is not defined. You know, when something that used to work doesn't work like you know that you are this is not exactly JSON either. What I'm going to do here is after you do this, Mr. Clean, you should do something like climate data is prior where things are going to look at, but it is going to be JSON path. JSON path is essentially TSV path. So there is no reason why this, which is then JSON path. So you just read it again. This is the climate data. Something is here because did this. Climate data is let's see if this is going to work. You were able to read it though. Are you able to read it now? You are. Can you even do this? Yeah. What am I missing? WND. And in fact, if I do this, so I should be able to do split. Oh, yeah. That's what we are trying to pass into data. So when we come here, this row is basically the value. Okay, you know what? Just log it. Whatever you are accepting, log it. Return. What's that? I'm interested. For each data, which is row, oh, I haven't. So that's 8,000. So this is going to be another 8,000, but just the records. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm interested in. Row. That's what I'm trying to find here. And yet it doesn't. Data split. This used to work. If I don't do this, continue, and this is already coming in as row. Actually trying to do it, except that this is something I looked up something earlier this week, right? Wednesday. It's the object destructuring JavaScript. The line 11 is not defined. No fucking kidding, because that's exactly at that point we are trying to. Just like all this never gave it. I was passing data that, okay. Yeah, okay, let's do this too. I don't care. Of writing that WND. This part is the same. This part is very similar to this part. This is only the quality check that I just wrote. Get this. Is data split outputting more than 5? That I'm missing some split. So you do something like data split. This. Output that. Let me see what you are getting. Holy moly. It is actually doing it now. That's weird. But there is one case where it's actually not finding anything to replace. Coming in empty. That's an interesting case. Either way, and I bet it even did the replacement here too. All of a sudden this is working now. Okay, that's weird, but do we know where we are failing? In other words, is this ever happening? This is giving an error. Hello, sir. I think I'm gonna put an index there so that I know what I'm looking at. Okay, short dinner break and continue with the indexing so we can see which line is giving the Okay. Fun. So yes, we need an index here. So maybe when we we push the data in there, also have access to the index. Can know I'm actually kind of willing to do this internally too. I can do this here like row. In other words, we have something like if we need to do some kind of error checking here. If this doesn't exist, need you to just give an error, right? It's the index row. Say you say this is unlikely, but I think it's already happening here because it can't find a row. There's no replace. Let's just type this row. This is going to be the index. There's something foul about it. And otherwise, we're able to do this. That way, this should just work fine. And then everything is okay. We'll do the and such. And of course, we may have more cases. This is the problem. Where is the error check then? Cannot read property replace of undefined. By the way, here's something weird going on. If this exists, then I should be getting an error anyway. Why is this even not giving any errors then? Is the cache problem? It's a funny thing. It's like I think we are fighting against file writing synchronicity issue. Here's a weird thing. Look, I wrote this case the wrong. Because this means if WND exists, we should be getting errors all the time, and we kind of assume it exists, right? Kind of should be the other way around. If WND doesn't exist, if it's undefined, then give this error. In fact, it's kind of doing the opposite here. Because if I do this, this should just error out in the first index. Who's outputting this? I believe it's this really. Yeah. So this doesn't make any. Of course, giving an error doesn't necessarily mean you are console. Just an error is again. This is the wrong case. I should be negating. This row 0 doesn't exist. In fact, it exists. This whole thing should be in otherwise. So you do something like this. If something exists, otherwise you get to this point. So the fact that you don't see this is because this exists. And here's the problem. If this exists, then it says, well, split this. I don't get this, to be honest. Can't really debug it here, right? Run and debug, optimize the launch it. See, that's the problem. Now, actually doing this, but I'm not really running this. I'm expander with it. Need to pass some stuff here up the data. It's only running this. Need to be passing some file here. So I'm not really debugging this yet. I'm gonna put this button. Do I go up there or go to? This is dumb. Honestly, dumb. You suddenly do this all the time. It's the same thing. So JavaScript structuring. Is this is exactly what I'm trying to do. R sick thick. Did I at some point? But look here. I don't have a var statement here. But again, that only works when I don't have this, so I guess assumes. If row WND and we always know it exists. Okay, so this row 787. Oh, okay, this doesn't exist. So we know there's one more record. That's it. But the last one doesn't exist. How is that possible? Remember, it's actually this. Does exist. Does it exist in the JSON though? At some point it was here. Ah. Fact doesn't exist. What is this should not be here. Because this is the last hour to me. See? Fact that should not be. That kind of thing happened when I output when I put an extra line at the end of TSV, so that means this TSV file has the part it does. And why are you doing that? CSV is coming from Excel, so it's actually adding extra one. It's not cool. Don't have it here. So in the conversion, so the number of records will be 8762, 763, which used to be the number here that I remember seeing. So we don't, if the record is empty, skip. If row is like this, if funny thing is it only put one variable, one ID here, date null. Then it gives up. So it's sort of like a do while kind of case. For each row, you know, I have a feeling about TSV. For each row, the T. So you think there is actually a tabbable. So even if you read that last row, right, you try to split it. What is it that you find to read the header there for the the date? So it's not a row. Continue. Just return. Actually, when you do return in the for each, it actually skips. The row is defined. So when we run this, shouldn't have any of this problem. Oh. Okay. So now in the resulting JSON file, take, close, clear. Shouldn't have that last bit. I think we don't, because I don't find it's a bit tight. Let's wait. Chocolate. Looks good. Okay. This is still going to be the template for other methods. If this row doesn't exist, we'll find it. In fact, it will always exist. Well, now we know each row exists, but also for each row WND also exists. We'll stick something like this for the property doesn't exist. We'll skip actually. What we can possibly do here at this point, this case, if its direction quality is not 1, then we do this. This row doesn't have I'm not going to do this check because this is dumb. So if this doesn't exist, then we just return in most. That's really what it is. So you take this, cut this, this is going to tidy itself up soon. Except it's freaking out again. Why? Tidy yourself up. So if this doesn't exist, then bye. Okay, say you exist, and then you do replacement and such. Come here, if quality is this, then you say this row has poor direction. Just return. Okay. And I guess I'm fixing everything. Now, if I don't fix everything, then we should at least have data split. Okay, because I'm doing OW. Data is OWN. Okay, please normalize that. We have sporadic wind direction errors. You see gaps here. So 18, 19, 17 actually has poor direction. Then we skip a whole bunch of numbers. That's it though. Now, this is good news, but actually very good news. If it's not 1, it warns us. So that means everything is 1 and dandy. Does this mean that if this second part is 1, that all the rest is also kosher? To check that too. Could do something like, well, we know this works. Don't need this. In fact, what I'm going to do here is this sort of a shorthand. If speed quality is also for speed quality, I'll actually type it like this so we understand speed quality if it's not, and everything is fine. So wind data has been fixed, kinda, but this is only checking on the fly, but not making permanent. This is sort of saying, well, if it was wrong, I could fix it for you. And in that fixed data, I'm sort of checking if there is any more actually, you know what? There's a bit of a problem here. I'm actually interested in knowing the other case too. I think we may have to go with an or statement. Again, this is going to go W and where are we here in I'm probably going to start writing this as going to accept the you know what this is? This is essentially the I'll call it record because this row business is record. Going to call this record and then we'll then remove it. Still not quite run it. The other one is saved. Turns out we don't have any poor speed quality. But what if we had? If we had? This is not doing a recursive check. What if both parts were wrong? I kind of feel like at some point, although like this is a good direction that I'll end up going and fixing stuff here. This is good. Now let's actually check the accuracy of this. 8,727. It's actually wrong. It's that's the index number. Need is this is the index. This could perhaps also report what has been replaced. Now this has to be taken back. This is the data. Try again. So we have to write this into the file again. We kind of say, okay, this is it. Sort of different checks, right? Or we actually do this all at once. I'll make those decisions as I go. Right now, this JSON file is temporarily fixed here. Lives in the memory. So. Okay, we'll write something like this for sig. Okay, which makes me think that I'm going to need a cleaners folder here. I end up having a lot of things. Cleaners is back the folder, and you are going to be inside here called index. Good reason, and we'll see. Well, this is not going to be index. Still, this is actually going to be double. Going to create an index. We'll do module of modules. They're going to duplicate this file. Can we duplicate it? We cannot do it. But let's create another file called sig. Paste this. Portion of this will be copied from weather bits. View this one. Take this. is the sig is here. We're not touching this data split part. Actually, intention what I tried to do. So let's put a var. This is the sig part. Sig. This is essentially the returning something. We'll look into that. This is where we do the parsing. We have to check for this quality. Say this row has feeling high quality. There is no other thing to check here. Perhaps we'll also check whether ceiling height is odd number or missing number. We'll check. This is kind of where we are. So we kind of need to take this part. Output this. This is where things will look interesting. So utils, you are not here, you are here. This has already been fixed. And in here, we gotta export. This is where we'll actually export. WND. This is where we do import stuff and then. Yeah. So you don't do this. Something similar to this, except copy paste. You dig. Take this. WND. PIG. Done. This is exporting these bits. This should be okay. We'll just try sig as well for each. We'll run all the tests for each and for each. Although this is exporting sig, we are only testing WND so far still. That's fine. Now, if we happen to test the sig, also actually it found this here, as you can. Yeah, so a similar line 8727 has poor ceiling, high quality. Does it? My dumb condition might be actually satisfying that. Let's see, if ceiling high quality is 1, second field. I thought I actually fixed the 787. It's +1. What happened? What the? Oh, you know what? I have a problem. I assumed the last row was empty, so I was skipping. What if it skipped another row? Let's say, does it stop at index 3? Does it say like 4? This one. Too many records here though. row 3. So this is like +2 then. So try this here. Back to copy. Save. This should still give weird results to us. This is actually okay. This I think the first one was 327 or something. 321. See, that seems wrong. That should have said 322, but the other ones were okay. Eight seven two eight is also not correct, so it's also +2 because there's actually 7 and 8. Why is it +2? Why is it +2? Where's my JSON file? Probably going to close it soon because it's always some bizarre performance issue. So for each object in climate data, which should kind of map to this, except they are. Oh, I think I know why. Well, first of all, we remove the first row deliberately, and then when you start, you have to. Well, imagine there was no header. The first row here would be the 0th index, so you would have to add +1, and because we remove first row because it's header, you gotta compensate by adding another one. That solves the mystery. Oh yes. Don't be able to say change this to this should be just okay. Because I'm actually not fixing it. This should not be okay. You save it now. You should not have any errors. Good. We actually don't know that. That's the con, right? Please save. Please save. Run. We are going to run it on SIG. That's not working. Terminal. This. Terminal. This. So now we know 7828 has poor ceiling quality. Now we can interpret here. So good luck. First of all, look at this record, for example. So it's 9 across the board. It's missing. It passed gross limits check if element is present. And here it's 9 missing. And no. So how do we interpret this? Are we checking the first or the second or the third? We're checking the second part. Because this determination here is some examples where the second is the second is 1 but the third is 9. When the second is 1, that's actually a better case than the third one being, sorry, the other way around. When the third one is 9, that's okay. When the second one is 9, because the third 9 which is how they determined this number, estimated or statistically derived, whatever. This is not that important. However, if the quality is not, this is actually a bit of a problem because normally this being 9 in most other cases where like in the wind we said this was 999, but because the speed was 0, it didn't make any sense to write. That's why they kind of field was missing. But here we kind of have to fill in some number, right? First, there's the question whether this is important in the game or not. I have a few ideas about this. I may actually call this it's kind of a terrible. This is also my chance to see, this is not a descriptive. So most likely I need to sanitize this part. So I'm kind of predicting in the future, instead of doing a blanket replacement, I might do the quality is 9 and figure out the value for height, especially when it's also 999. So here we go. We do something like this case for the wind. The one. So this has to be. By the way, you cannot really have this because it's not 9 9. The funny thing is, I have a feeling you're gonna have another combination where going to be 9 here, but going to be a different combination there. Havoc, Avok, whatever walk it is. So let's do 0. This could just be 0 because I'm going to convert it here. Healing height. Going to come in 0. So I'm basically saying it's 1. Quality, I'm making sure the quality is good. So, and here I'm basically making my own value, which is most cases, what is it? C or 9? You have a lot of 9s here. Is statistically derived. Yeah, I am statistically driving this. See, and the last part is whether it's n or not. Visibility okay. Condition is say yes. Most cases it's actually n. Super. This is never reported. Okay, that could just be n because we don't care in the end anyway. So run this. It still has poor quality, but then the rows have changed. 8,600 and this we are not here. 8,600. Where are you? It's 5. Is 5 acceptable? Past all quality control checks data originate from. So we actually have number, which is okay. So they actually took it from somewhere. It's statistically derived. So this condition was always a bit primitive. Taking it like so perhaps what we should do is something like this is of course the most foul case, so normalize this. But instead of checking it against not 1, you should check whether it's 2 or 3 or 6 and 7. Those are the awful cases. So in other words, instead of this, you do something like 2 or 3. 6, 7. Of course, if you write it like that, it will work. You gotta do something like includes. Sorry, if is an array, that kind of. Has is a GD script thingy. Find it. To find something that will satisfy this. Turns the value of the first something. Otherwise, we will negate. Run it. Is not a function. What do you mean is not a function? This is one. At some point in string one, I'm trying to find it in array. How is that not valid JavaScript syntax there? Because this is a syntax error, right? Type error. It's not necessarily a syntax error. Oh, because I'm already parsing it. Oh, no, no, no. Here it's actually lit. But, ooh. You automatically converted to find as wait a minute. So it's specifically asking for numbers, not the object. Where are you? You're always seeking first element. Am I thinking of some other function? If this includes two, so okay, I think I was on the right. If it includes, yeah, that, then it's a foul case, which it doesn't. So when we do the most awful case conversion for the sig, in however, here's a bit of a problem. If I copy and paste this kind of structure, I'm not going to be aware of situations like imagine I never wrote this. Upcoming methods. How am I going to know how to normalize this particular case? By the way, this is what needs to happen for this one too. Yeah. So let's run it again on W. It's actually fine. Go back to the sig. The reason why I'm kind of insisting on this is because this is still a relatively simple case where the most important part is first section. But when we get to here, maybe I'll be it's too grouped. But in some of these, especially GD1, I think. E1? Yeah, the meaningful part is sort of sandwiched here. I think there's one case which is not here, what might come in other files. I think we have like 12 or 14 fields all tucked in value. So imagine you know what also needs to happen? Let's go to wind. This is happening here with the mins and maxes. So we know the minimum and maximum value for the direction. For speed, it's between 0 and 90. We could be checking for those qualities as well. Um, yeah, I think this kind of business should never happen. I'll just quickly do there it is. Another case. Something here. Mins, maxes, minuses, pluses, all over the place. Okay. Too many fields. Having a combination like this is such a simple case, but each one of these could have their own min. Then each one could have its own 999. Then if this is 0, this is 9. Both are 9. You have a lot of combination. That's only for 2 here. So instead, you could we should do something like this. So this is the direction. We need to have something like here in max. Okay. This needs to hold some data like, hey, look, this is direction. Direction's minimum will be 1. This. Say in is 1. Max is 360. Okay, then you move on to speed. One has its own min max. I was hoping maybe this would come from another file, but we are doing just fine. And it could actually come from a different file. So that when you say, well, when normalize is going to do its thing, you don't actually arbitrate. That it knows it's this identifier, right? WND. This guy has, for this property, following. Right now, this is actually fine. You have to pass it. the one you gotta do block. The reason why I'm actually doing it here too is because I have to do the check besides these. We are above or below. So we need more cases like this. This is only checking if the quality for both cases are not good. We check this, but we are not really checking for the value of direction and speed. Okay. Only when we do all the checks, then we should actually, because this is not really affecting anything. Something like, well, if problem though, you gotta do the check after you assign. No. It's all string, that's why we have to parse it. That's the problem, right? I'm not going to have this in the future. So it might come in as 999. In that case, when we are normalizing it, this is going to freak out because it's not clamping it. This actually never normalized function never checked if it was inside the range. Either way, I think it is time to wrap up. 9 hours with 2 meal breaks. Even if I continue off stream, it's time to wrap up. So today's big gain was to finish the macro so that we are converting our file after we clean up some of the records and we get rid of some of the columns. We save this as a TSV file, and then we load the TSV into a Node.js process where we are converting it to JSON, and now we are about to write the safety checks for the properties that make up the weather data. This is where we really have to make sure the data is sanitized so that when it gets into Godot, stuff doesn't look, sometimes extreme values will create some weird behavior, and if we make sure data is clean, at least we'll know that only the code in Godot is wrong. But if the code is in Godot is actually correct, but the data is kind of stretching in all the visuals in two extremes, then we're essentially looking into two different problems. So we'll continue this work. Okay, so that's it for today. See you on the next one.